Chapter 1258. Lin Tian looked at Battle Dharch Duanyang with a calm expression. Sword auras circled around his body as he slowly approached his opponent. Clang! The golden sword auras clanged and slashed down mercilessly. Battle Dharch Duanyang was forced into a corner. He resisted with all his might, but it was too late. His body was smashed into pieces. Ah! He roared. His divine soul rushed out, wrapped around the pieces of flesh, and quickly fled into the distance. In a flash, he was thousands of feet away. Lin Tian followed behind him unhurriedly. In the blink of an eye, he was tens of thousands of feet away. That's enough. Die. His voice was calm. He made his move, unleashing the four-symbol seal. Silver Tao diagrams covered the entire sky, pressing down mightily. In an instant, a powerful sealing force surged. The 5 silver diagrams overlapped and enveloped Battle Dharch Duanyang. No. Stop. Have mercy. Battle Dharch Duanyang was terrified. He felt his flesh and divine soul being disintegrated by a terrifying force. He was horrified. Lin Tian's expression was calm. How could he show mercy? The 4 symbols, seal, trembled violently as the 5 silver Tao diagrams of the 4 symbols combined to form a gigantic silver vortex. Battle God Duanyang was sucked into the vortex and was instantly annihilated without even spilling a single drop of blood. Those old things in the 9th heaven who tried to steal your source energy are all dead, right? Whooshing Crocodile asked. Lin Tian nodded. Yes. Let's go to the 8th heaven. As he spoke, he tore open the heavenly barrier and prepared to step into it. However, in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed. A hint of surprise appeared on his face as he looked at a spot more than 1,000 feet away. As far as the eye could see, there was a pit that covered an area of about 50 to 60 feet. The soil around it was very ordinary. Some ordinary grass grew beside it. At the same time, there were a few large gray stones scattered around. This is... He stared at the pit and couldn't feel anything. However, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. However, it only lasted for an instant, and the feeling that made his hair stand on end inexplicably disappeared. Kid, what's wrong? Whooshing Crocodile saw his strange expression and couldn't help but ask. At the same time, he followed his gaze and looked at the pit. What's wrong with the pit? Is there anything unusual? It seems very ordinary. Its current cultivation wasn't bad either. It was in the Nirvana realm, and it felt that the pit in the distance was very ordinary. Little Taichu looked at it curiously and tilted its head. Obviously, it didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Let's go and take a look. Be careful. Lin Tiandao. At this time, looking at the pit in the distance, the creepy feeling was no longer there. However, the creepy feeling at the beginning was very real. He felt that there was something strange there. Soon Whooshing Crocodile, and little Taichu arrived above the pit. When they looked down, the pit was pitch black and they couldn't see the bottom. It was like a deep hole that led underground. Apart from the deep feeling, the rest is very ordinary. Whooshing Crocodile said, coming here at such a close distance, it used its tyrannical divine sense to scan the place while observing. Everything was normal. Lin Tian frowned. After coming here, he also used his divine sense to scan the deep pit, but he didn't find anything unusual. However, he still couldn't get rid of the creepy feeling from before. Something's not right, he said. He didn't believe that his first feeling was wrong. There was definitely something strange here. After a pause, he waved his hand and grabbed a big stone and threw it into the deep pit. The big stone was gray and disappeared into the deep pit in the blink of an eye. There was no movement, and it fell to the bottom. Look, there's nothing unusual, Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian frowned. Let's try again. A flock of purple birds flew by in the distance. He paused, grabbed one of them, and threw it into the deep pit. The purple bird was thrown into the deep pit. It was obviously shocked and quickly flapped its wings to fly out. Everything is normal. There's nothing strange, Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tian stared at the scene. Was I really wrong? Was it an illusion? He stared down, frowned slightly, and shook his head. However, in the next moment, the feeling of goosebumps appeared again. It came from the bottom of the deep pit, and it was much more intense than before. This feeling was even more terrifying than when he faced the Netherworld Race's heavenly venerable rank powerhouse. It was as if the Grim Reaper's scythe was slashing at him, wanting to cut his heart. Retreat! His whole body was cold. The golden divine light was vast and mighty, enveloping Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu. He quickly moved horizontally into the distance. Whooshing Crocodile had a strange expression. Kid, what are you doing all of a sudden? Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly rushed up, directly interrupting Whooshing Crocodile's words. Looking at the deep pit, the purple bird had already flown to the edge of the deep pit. However, at this moment, a rolling black light suddenly rushed out from the seemingly ordinary deep pit. It was like the light of death that really came from hell. In the blink of an eye, it swallowed the purple bird. Moreover, that terrifying aura rushed straight to the heavens, shattering the endless clouds and annihilating everything. Black holes the size of stone millstones appeared in the sky, swallowing the nearby air and light. With a rumble, a hurricane swept out, shaking Lin Tian, little Taichu, and Whooshing Crocodile into the air. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened. The scales on his body stood up and cold sweat flowed down. This. It was shocked by this scene. The black light rushing out from the deep pit was too terrifying. It felt that even if a heavenly venerable realm expert came into contact with it, they would not be able to resist and would be swallowed in the blink of an eye. If Lin Tian had not been vigilant in advance and brought it and little Taichu away, they would probably have died there. Even the powerful little Taichu widened its eyes, and its Snow White for could not help but stand up. Lin Tian's heart naturally trembled, and his hands and feet trembled. That black light just now was too terrifying. It was more than 10,000 times more terrifying than the Emperor tribulation he experienced in the sealed, dust ancient region. This, as powerful as he was at this moment, he felt his heart palpitate to the extreme. His heart beat faster and faster. In front of him, above the deep pit, a black hole appeared horizontally, absorbing air and light, causing this place to suddenly become dark. However, the black light rushing out of the deep pit was difficult to absorb. It was like a sea of clouds rolling in the sea. Then, in just a few seconds, the black light reversed back into the deep pit, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The black hole that appeared in the sky also disappeared as if it had never appeared. As for that purple bird, it directly disappeared without a trace. Its life aura completely disappeared, and not a single trace of it could be felt. That purple bird was swallowed by the deep pit. Whooshing Crocodile swallowed his saliva. It's dead. Lin Tiandao. Although Whooshing Crocodile knew this, he still couldn't help but tremble. He stared at the bottomless pit in the distance. What the hell is this pit? This is simply a heavenly pit. Even an heavenly venerable powerhouse would definitely die if they got close to it. There is such a dangerous place in the ninth heaven, but there is no record of this pit in the ancient books. With that said, it looked at Lin Tian again and said, Moreover, when you threw the stone down before, wasn't there nothing at all? Why did something like that happen after he threw out the purple bird? Is there a time limit to the activation of the pit? Lin Tian looked there, thought for a while, and said, Maybe it only responds to creatures with life aura. With that said, he grabbed stones, iron, and other things without life aura and threw them into the deep pit. Everything was very normal. Afterward, he looked into the distance, grabbed a goshawk, and threw it into the deep pit from a distance. In the blink of an eye, the goshawk was thrown into the deep pit. Boom! Just like when the purple bird was thrown in, with a loud bang, black light rushed out from the deep pit, directly annihilating everything. The sky darkened, and the black hole swallowed everything. Vaguely, the sound of a beast grinding its teeth could be heard from the bottom of the pit. Sure enough, it only reacts to creatures with life aura. Whooshing Crocodile swallowed its saliva and stared at the deep pit, its eyes full of fear. This pit is simply... At this time, the only adjective it could think of to describe this pit was peerlessly terrifying. Buzz. There! The void fluctuated, the black hole disappeared, and the terrifying black light that rushed out from the deep pit also dissipated. That place was restored to its original state. Looking at it, it was still just an extremely ordinary pit. As for the goshawk that Lin Tian threw in, it naturally disappeared without a trace. Lin Tian sucked in a breath of cold air. At this time, he was completely sure that the deep pit only reacts to creatures with life aura. Once one gets close to the deep pit, it will summon the terrifying black light that can destroy and devour everything. However, it was difficult for him to understand what kind of power it is. No matter how he looked at it, he couldn't understand it. He tried to sense the terrain here with the dragon patterns interwoven by the dragon burial scripture. After a while, he found that the earth veins in this place were very normal. This made him even more puzzled. What the hell is down there? He frowned. He couldn't detect what was at the bottom of the deep pit with his divine sense and dragon patterns. But he believed that there is definitely something terrifying in this deep pit. At least, the black light that can annihilate everything rushed out from the bottom of the deep pit. He summoned the dragon patterns again and searched more carefully, but unfortunately he still couldn't find anything. The result of the dragon patterns was that this place was very normal. He stared at the deep pit with doubts in his eyes. He stood there for a long time, but in the end he could only shake his head. He couldn't understand this place at all. In the end, he stopped exploring because, after trying several times, it was clear that he couldn't understand this place. Although I don't know what's going on in this place, it may be useful in the future, he muttered to himself. He stood there for a long time, took a deep look at the deep pit, and called the whooshing crocodile and the little Taichu to leave. Let's go to the 8th heaven, he said. Chapter 1259. Some of the emperors in the 9th heaven who tried to snatch the reincarnation origin have been killed. Lin Tian tore open the heavenly barrier at this time. After taking one last look at the terrifying heavenly pit in the distance, he stepped into it with whooshing crocodile and little Taichu, disappearing from the 9th heaven in the next moment. Darkness obscured their vision. It didn't take long for a human and 2 beasts to cross the void. Whoosh! A phoenix was blowing in the air. This is an old forest. Old leaves were rolled up, rustling in the wind. The 8th heaven. Whooshing crocodile narrowed its eyes. Yeah. Little Taichu called out in a childish voice, looking around. This was the first time it saw the 8th heaven. Lin Tian had a faint smile on his face as he narrowed his eyes and looked at this heaven. In the next moment, he stepped forward, tore open the void door, and appeared outside a flame valley full of flames. Looking around, the flames in the valley were very extraordinary. There were fluctuations of the great Tao intertwining in them, as if they would never be extinguished. Ordinary early-stage emperors would find it difficult to bear. The old guys who tried to snatch your reincarnation origin, who is here? Whooshing Crocodile asked. Ryugen Daojun. Lin Tiandao. Saying so, with a single thought, his pure yang flames intertwined and turned into a golden flame dragon that pounced into the valley. With a loud bang, the entire flame valley shook violently. Most of the flames inside were directly burned out by the golden flame. Who is it? A low voice sounded, bringing with it a cold chill. A tall figure stepped out of the valley, surrounded by dazzling lights. It was none other than Ryugen Daojun. Lin Tian didn't say anything. Instead, dense sword lights intertwined, directly sealing the surrounding area. It's you. Ryugen Daojun stared at Lin Tian. He didn't know what happened in the 9th heaven, but there was greed in his eyes. The original reincarnation body actually appeared in front of him. This is a huge treasure. Staring at Lin Tian, he was only thinking about the reincarnation origin in Lin Tian's body. He even forgot that his cultivation was weakened because of Lin Tian. He even forgot that there was a terrifying existence behind Lin Tian. Wu Yi, what a hateful look. Lin Tiandao. With a loud clang, the densely packed heaven-piercing sword Qi slashed across at an extremely fast speed. Puff! 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 Blood splattered everywhere as the powerful Tao, Lord Flowing Cloud, was directly smashed into pieces. Even the flame-covered valley behind him was torn apart at this moment, completely destroyed by the tyrannical, towering sword light. Ah! Ryugen Daojun roared, but he didn't die immediately. In the blink of an eye, he reconstructed his body and stared at Lin Tian in shock and anger. He was shocked that Lin Tian could hurt him. He was angry because he who had lived for more than 200,000 years was injured by a junior who was only a few decades old. This was unbearable. How dare you hurt this lord? He stared at Lin Tian with a cold face. With a whoosh, the sound of the air being torn apart rang out. Lin Tian appeared beside him and raised his hand to slap him. Pa! A loud slap sounded. Ryugen Daojun was sent flying, and his teeth, mixed with blood, rolled in the void. You didn't locate your position properly. Lin Tian was very calm. As his words fell, a faint emperor's pressure spread out from his body, causing the void around him to distort. Ryugen Daojun stabilized himself in the distance. At this moment, he felt Lin Tian's emperor's pressure and couldn't help but tremble. You've reached the emperor realm. And you're at the third heaven of the emperor realm. An expression of disbelief appeared on his face. How is this possible? 5 years ago, you were only at the sixth heaven of the nirvana realm. In just 5 years, how could you reach such a height? This is impossible. He looked at Lin Tian, his eyes flickering violently. In 5 years, he went from the sixth heaven of the nirvana realm to the third heaven of the emperor realm. This cultivation speed was too fast and shocking. Lin Tian was very calm. In the next moment, a swish sounded, and he appeared in front of Ryugen Daojun in an instant. Ryugen Daojun was shocked by this speed. He couldn't see Lin Tian's movements at all. Bang! Lin Tian lifted his leg and landed a whip kick on Ryugen Daojun's cheek, sending him flying. Blood floated in the air. Ryugen Daojun was sent flying for tens of thousands of feet before he could stabilize his emperor body. His face was badly mutilated. Junior, how dare you? He glared at Lin Tian angrily. Lin Tian actually kicked him in the cheek. This was a naked humiliation. Boom! Divine light rushed out of his body. His emperor power surged, and his Tao radiance was terrifying. However, in the next moment, Lin Tian appeared in front of him again as if he had teleported. It was unpredictable. Bang! Lin Tian lifted his leg and landed another whip kick on Ryugen Daojun's face, sending him flying for tens of thousands of feet again. I told you, you didn't know your position. His voice was calm. Ryugen Daojun steadied himself in the distance. Hearing Lin Tian's words, he recovered from his shock and anger. He couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Now, the person standing in front of him was a reincarnated body of a third heaven emperor. He couldn't help but retreat. Thinking about it, after his cultivation was weakened by Wu Yi, he had only recovered to the third heaven emperor realm. However, Lin Tian had entered the emperor realm and was also at the third heaven emperor realm. In terms of cultivation, Lin Tian wasn't any weaker than him. In addition, Lin Tian was the strongest reincarnated body. Therefore, how could he be a match for Lin Tian now? Lin Tian saw the change in this person's expression and said, "It seems like you have understood what kind of position you are in now." He looked at this person and walked towards him. What do you want to do? Ryugen Daojun trembled. At this moment, when he thought about how Lin Tian was a reincarnated body of a third Heaven Emperor realm, he felt a chill down his spine. How terrifying would a reincarnated body of a third Heaven Emperor realm be? Make a guess. Lin Tian on Dao. He walked towards Ryugen Daojun. His voice was very calm, but it caused Ryugen Daojun to tremble. You want to kill me? In Lin Tian's eyes, Ryugen Daojun sensed the killing intent. It was an unconcealed killing intent. Lin Tian didn't say anything else. As he walked towards Ryugen Daojun, another sword light appeared beside him. Moreover, the sword light at this moment was very terrifying. It contained destructive emperor chi. Clang! 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 An ear-piercing sword sound reverberated. Lin Tian's sword light intertwined and slashed towards Ryugen Daojun. Ryugen Daojun trembled and immediately used his Emperor Realm superpower to resist. However, Lin Tian's sword light was too powerful. It tore through Ryugen Daojun's superpower and penetrated it. In the next moment, Lin Tian stepped in front of Ryugen Daojun again and pressed his hand down. Buzz! The void shook violently and cracked inch by inch under his huge hand. Ryugen Daojun was horrified. He felt the threat of death. With a loud shout, he held up a resplendent treasure lamp. This treasure lamp was made of mysterious bronze. It was covered with Emperor Realm inscriptions. It was a pinnacle heavenly treasure. Ryugen Daojun held up this treasure lamp and released an extremely powerful Emperor Realm aura to meet Lin Tian's huge hand. Clang! With a metallic clang, Lin Tian's huge hand pressed down and directly slapped the treasure lamp away. You, die! Lin Tian's voice was calm. He stepped in front of Ryugen Daojun and swung the Chaos Emperor Fist. With a bang, the sky collapsed. Vaguely, a dragon's roar and a phoenix's cry sounded and directly drowned Ryugen Daojun. Ah! With a scream, Ryugen Daojun's body exploded and his body and soul were destroyed on the spot. TSK, TSK. No wonder he has the strongest constitution. Killing cultivators of the same level is just a piece of cake. Whooshing Crocodile said. Yeah. Little Taichu's big eyes curved, and it called out in a childish voice. Lin Tian waved his hand and called back Ryugen Daojun's bronze lamp. He directly used the 4-symbol seal to erase the soldier soul in the lamp and then put it into his sea of consciousness. Next place. He called out to Whooshing Crocodile, and little Taichu left this place and walked towards other places in the 8th heaven. After that, it didn't take long for him to appear in different places in this heaven one after another. He found the old emperors who tried to seize his reincarnation essence one after another and directly killed them all. It wasn't until an hour later that he stopped. In an hour, he killed 7 emperors in this heaven. These 7 people all tried to seize his reincarnation essence. The 7th heaven. This day was destined to be an extraordinary and terrifying day. It was the day of the true emperor's fall. He mercilessly attacked, traversing the 7th heaven and the 6th heaven. Between these 2 heavens, he had slain 11 ancient powerhouses. These people all tried to seize his reincarnation essence 5 years ago. Now that he has become an Empyrean, he naturally won't let them go. Needless to say, there were quite a number of them who had their cultivation directly reduced below the Emperor realm by Wu. After 5 years, they didn't recover much. When Lin Tian killed his way over, there were quite a number of them who were in the Nirvana realm. Buzz! In the 6th heaven, Lin Tian tore open a crack in the void and appeared in the 5th heaven in the next moment. The 5th heaven is a chaotic heaven in the 10th heaven. In this heaven, fighting and killing are everywhere. Lin Tian appeared in this heaven, stood in the void, and glanced at this world. In the past, he fought for a long time in this heaven. Let's go. He narrowed his eyes and stared at a certain place. He tore open the void and stepped into it with Whooshing Crocodile and little Taichu. The next moment, they appeared in front of a huge abyss. This abyss is located between red mountains. It's a bit exaggerated, and no one knows how far it extends. It's a very ancient danger zone in the fifth heaven, the Nirvana abyss. Are the old emperors who tried to seize your reincarnation essence here? Whooshing Crocodile was a little surprised. Yes. Lin Tian nodded. This was the result of Yenya, or his deduction. Boom! Suddenly, a tyrannical fluctuation rushed out from the Nirvana abyss. Somewhere at the bottom of this abyss, there was a faint Empyrean pressure surging and golden divine light intertwined. Chapter 1260. The Nirvana abyss was very vast. At this time, there were golden divine lights intertwined in the depths of the abyss, and the aura of the Sun Heart Sutra permeated the air, causing Whooshing Crocodile to be surprised. Lin Tian was also moved. Lin Tian looked at the depths of the abyss, and a faint dragon light intertwined in his eyes. He vaguely saw a young man fighting in the depths. That is, a light flashed in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but evoke a smile. Whooshing Crocodile looked at his expression and felt a little strange. Boy, what are you laughing at? Little Taichu tilted his head and looked at Lin Tian with a curious look. Let's go, we'll know when we go down. Lin Tian, the Nirvana abyss is a very dangerous place in the fifth heaven. It's filled with gray mist, which is the evolution of the Tao law of desolation. Ordinary Nirvana realm powerhouses can't resist it. Once infected, they may die. The gray mist only disappears at a certain time every year, but now it's obviously not that time. The inside is full of gray mist, and it's very dense, containing a corrosive aura. Lin Tian stepped into the abyss with little Taichu and Whooshing Crocodile. His cultivation is tyrannical. Just by walking normally, the gray mist dispersed on its own, unable to get close to him at all. It was all driven away by the natural Empyrean aura around his body. He walked in it, and after taking a few steps, he reached the deepest part of the abyss. Boom! Looking ahead, divine energy surged, golden divine light surged, and black evil aura intertwined. The two were colliding violently. A young man and a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe were fighting. The young man was dressed in black, and his body was surrounded by golden divine light. Golden sword lights surrounded his body, emitting a clanging sound. His momentum was very astonishing, like a young sword god. However, the middle-aged man in the Taoist robe was obviously stronger. Faint Empyrean aura intertwined around his body, and his eyes were very cold. Junior, give up. You are not this old man's opponent. Your body, your divine eyes, this old man wants them. The middle-aged man in the Taoist robe said with greed in his eyes. The youth's body was tall and slender, and his cheeks were still a little tender. His eyes were very bright, and they emitted the divine light of the sun. That's Yi Tong. In the distance, Whooshing Crocodile was moved. He and Lin Tian came to the depths of the forest and saw this scene from afar. They were shocked. The golden divine light around the young man was undoubtedly the Sun Heart Sutra. The golden sword light was obviously the Ling Tian Sword Sutra. These two divine techniques were passed down by Lin Tian. Most importantly, the young man's eyes were intertwined with the divine light of the sun. It was the legendary divine eyes of the sun. With all these intertwined, it immediately recognized who the young man was. Lin Tian had a faint smile on his face. He was in the Emperor domain. When he was still above the abyss, he saw the battle scene here. He saw the black-clothed youth and recognized that the youth was Yi Tong. Time really flies. He muttered to himself. Back then, little Yi Tong, his #1 disciple, had already grown into a young man with a grand aura. He was at the first level of Nirvana realm. Boom! In front, Yi Tong and the Taoist-robed middle-aged man were fighting. The golden Ling Tian sword light slashed through the void with a terrifying sword aura. At the same time, his eyes shone with sunlight, causing the space around the middle-aged man in Taoist robes to distort. Then, without a sound, purple flames appeared. With an aura that could destroy everything, it burned down the space. Chi, chi, chi. This purple flame was very shocking. It burned some of the spells cast by the Taoist-robed, middle-aged man. It did not slow down and continued to sweep towards the Taoist-robed, middle-aged man, wanting to burn him to ashes. Good, good, good. As expected of the legendary divine eyes. The divine eyes contain a shocking divine ability. This divine flame is very good. The greed in the Taoist-robed, middle-aged man's eyes became stronger. With a rumbling sound, he stared at Yi Tong. The emperor's might outside his body became stronger, and powerful Tao principles surged out. In an instant, the purple flame was annihilated. Yi Tong was sent flying, blood flowing out of his mouth. Stay still and suppress. The Taoist-robed, middle-aged man pressed forward and opened his hand, grabbing towards Yi Tong. The emperor's might surged. This person's cultivation was currently at the half-step emperor realm, but he was much stronger than normal half-step emperors. His eyes were very deep and experienced. This kind of depth was clearly not something a half-step emperor realm cultivator could possess. Yi Tong attacked with all her strength. The Ling Tian sword light swept out, and the sunlight in her eyes became stronger. She moved with a mysterious footwork. Her sun divine eyes could see through many spells. At this moment, she was fighting with the Taoist-robed, middle-aged man. Kid, are you just going to watch? Fighting against a half-step emperor with a first-stage nirvana realm cultivation. Even if little Yi Tong has the legendary sun divine eyes, he is clearly not that old man's opponent. Moreover, that old man fell from the emperor realm. His strength is far stronger than normal half-step emperors. He might not be invincible under the emperor realm, but he is close. In the distance, the whooshing crocodile frowned and looked at Lin Tian. It still remembered that this Taoist-robed middle-aged man was known as Taoist God Withered. 5 years ago, he went to steal Lin Tian's reincarnation source. Back then, he was at the 3rd stage emperor realm. His cultivation was directly reduced to the 6th stage nirvana realm by Wu Yi. 5 years later, he recovered to the half-step emperor realm. His strength was not something a normal half-step emperor realm cultivator could compare to. The reason it and Lin Tian came here was to kill this person. Lin Tian's eyes glowed faintly as he said, "No rush. Let's watch first." Seeing Yi Tong and Taoist God Withered fight, he didn't know the reason, but he could see that the current Yi Tong was definitely not Taoist God Withered's opponent. However, even so, he wasn't in a rush to make a move. After more than 10 years, the little fellow from back then had grown up. Her cultivation had reached the 1st stage nirvana realm. She was truly extraordinary. At this time, he wanted to see what the limits of his only disciple were. He wanted to see how far she could go against Taoist God Withered. He and the whooshing crocodile little Taichu were in the depths at this time, but they were very far from the battlefield. Moreover, they intentionally concealed their auras so that no one could discover them. Boom! As far as the eye could see, divine light surged in front of them. Yi Tong and Taoist God Withered were fighting. Towering sword radiance slashed through all directions. Taoist God Withered coldly snorted. His large hand pressed down. Tao radiance trembled, shattering the sharp sword radiance, one after another. Junior, obediently give up struggling. You can't escape from the palm of this seat's hand. Taoist God Withered said. With a rumble, waves of black divine light rushed out from his body. It was very shocking, as if it could devour everything. Moreover, there was even demonic power intertwining within. It was very unusual. This old thing, there's actually demonic power mixed within his divine power. Whooshing Crocodile was surprised. Even Lin Tian revealed a strange look. Then, in the next moment, his expression changed again. This demonic power, a strange light flashed in his eyes. He suddenly recognized this demonic power. It was somewhat familiar. Then a tall and wild figure involuntarily appeared in his mind. Pa-tsong, it's his aura. A flash of light flashed in his eyes. Pa-tsong, the saint son of the heavenly monster mountain in the second heaven. He had the desolate monster physique of the 12 king physiques, which was very powerful. Back in the second heaven, he had fought with Pa-tsong several times. After that, they hadn't met again. He didn't expect that at this time he would feel Pa-tsong's aura from this Taoist god withered. That kind of demonic power was unique to the desolate monster physique. "What did you see?" Whooshing Crocodile asked him. "I saw something, but I don't understand it very well." Lin Tiandao. He frowned and stared at this Taoist god withered. How could this person have the unique, demonic power of the desolate monster physique Pa-tsong? Boom! Divine energy surged. In front, Yi Tong and Taoist god withered fought. The Sun Heart Sutra operated very quickly. Sword light slashed in all directions, and the Sun Divine I could see through all things. Even though it was difficult for her to face a super powerhouse who had fallen from the Emperor realm, she still fought very bravely. Her slender body seemed to be forged from gold. Good, good, good. Very good. Taoist god Withered's eyes flashed. He wanted to seize Yi Tong's body and the Sun Divine Eye. The stronger Yi Tong was, the happier he would be. Because the stronger Yi Tong was, the greater the benefits of seizing Yi Tong's body and Divine Eye would be for him. Yi Tong didn't say anything. Sword light swept across the sky. Her battle intent was very strong. However, the huge gap in cultivation couldn't be closed with a strong battle intent. Facing Taoist god withered, Yi Tong was no match. Her body was almost destroyed several times. Bright red blood dyed her body red, and there were several transparent bloody holes on her body. Wang! Blood-colored flames surged out of Yi Tong's body. They carried traces of divine aura and quickly healed her injuries. Sun Nirvana technique. Good, good, good. Not only is your body and divine eye unparalleled, the various ancient scriptures and divine techniques in your body are also very shocking. Very good. All of these will be mine. Taoist god Withered's eyes were even more greedy. With a rumble, Tao laws surged out of his body. There wasn't just one type, but a total of 9 types, and all of them were extraordinary. 9 types of great Tao interweaved in every corner of this space. They mightily pressed down on Yi Tong. This scene was very shocking. With such a dense Tao light pressing down, even an early-stage Emperor Realm expert would be moved. After all, Taoist god Withered was originally at the 3rd heaven of the Emperor Realm. After his cultivation fell, he was only at the half-step Emperor Realm. His combat strength naturally couldn't be measured by the half-step Emperor Realm. His true combat strength was far beyond this level. For a moment, there were light chi-chi-chi sounds. Every inch of space was suppressed. The aura was terrifying. Kid, it's time to make a move. This move should be that old bastard's full strength. Little Yi Tong won't be able to block it. In the distance, Whooshing Crocodile quickly said. Lin Tian nodded. He naturally knew. Boom! In front of him, endless divine light pressed down. 9 types of light of the way surrounded Yi Tong, suppressing everything. Facing such an attack, the Sun Eye was useless at this moment. This made Yi Tong a little anxious. It was also at this moment that a voice rang out from the side. It's fine. Don't worry. A light sound of the air being torn apart resounded as Lin Tian strode over from afar and silently appeared by Yi Tong's side. Chapter 1261. The dense rays of light were all annihilated, and Lin Tian appeared silently. Yi Tong was stunned, and his expression changed instantly. Moss, Master. Yi Tong was shocked, and then revealed a look of joy. He never thought that Lin Tian would appear in this place. It had been more than 10 years since they parted. Now that they met again, he was overjoyed. He was now an adult, no longer an ignorant child. When he saw Lin Tian at this time, after being surprised, he hurriedly took a step back and bowed to Lin Tian seriously. Lin Tian smiled, using a gentle strength to help him up. Be casual. Our lineage doesn't need these superficial etiquettes, he said, an old drunkard, and he had never been particular about etiquette. Every time they met, he would not salute, and he rarely even called him master. However, he respected an old drunkard from the bottom of his heart. He was the person he respected the most in this world. Hey, there's still me. Wuxing Crocodile curled his lips. Yi Tong looked at Wuxing Crocodile and scratched his head. There was a trace of childishness on his cheeks. Uncle Crocodile, long time no see. Yeah. Little Tai Chu waved its claws and greeted Yi Tong. Yi Tong looked at little Tai Chu and opened his mouth. He did not know who little Tai Chu was, because this was the first time he had seen little Tai Chu. However, he was very smart. After being stunned for a moment, he responded to little Tai Chu, "Hello, little Uncle Master." Yeah. Little Tai Chu's big eyes curved into crescents. It seemed very happy. With a wave of its little claws, it took out a few myriad spirit fruits and handed them to Yi Tong, shrouded in 6-colored divine light, as if it was giving a greeting gift. These were the fruits that it had picked when it left Ethereal Mountain, and had picked a lot of them. There were as many as 200 of them. Million spirit fruit. Yi Tong was shocked. She clearly recognized this item. Even for half-step Emperor rank experts, it was a rare treasure. Yeah. Little Tai Chu urged Yi Tong to accept it. Yi Tong tilted her head and looked at Lin Tian. It's fine. Just accept it. To your youngest martial uncle. This is just an ordinary fruit. Lin Tian Dao. Yi Tong nodded and took the myriad treasures, spiritual fruit, from little Tai Chu. Thank you, junior uncle. He carefully put away the myriad spirit fruit and then turned to look at Lin Tian. His eyes lit up with excitement. Master, are you a reincarnated being? Really? When the immortal Ghost Emperor saw through Lin Tian's constitution, almost everyone in the 10 Directions Heaven Domain knew about Lin Tian's constitution. Naturally, he already knew about it. Yes, it's a reincarnated body. Lin Tian nodded. Yi Tong's eyes lit up even more. She was clearly a young man, but her face still had a bit of childishness. It really is a reincarnated body. So powerful. He was even more excited. Reincarnated body, the most mysterious and powerful constitution in history. His master actually had such a constitution. Reincarnated body. A cold voice sounded from the other side. Taoist God Withered was shocked by Lin Tian's appearance. He stared at Lin Tian with a trace of greed. He wanted Lin Tian's reincarnation origin. At the same time, there was hatred and fear. The hatred was because of Lin Tian. Back then, Wu Yi had reduced his cultivation by 7 small stages. He fell from the Emperor realm to the Nirvana realm. His cultivation was greatly damaged, and even now he hadn't fully recovered. He couldn't enter the Emperor realm again. As for fear, it was clearly fear of the few people behind Lin Tian. Any one of them could easily crush him to death. Lin Tian tilted his head. At this moment, his gaze fell on Taoist God Withered. He didn't talk nonsense with the other party. He took a step forward and raised his hand. Divine light sealed the surroundings. Taoist God Withered's face darkened, and he said coldly, "Junior, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have a few people behind you. Even if my cultivation fell from the Emperor realm, I'm not your—" Suddenly, Taoist God Withered's expression changed. A very powerful force acted on the surroundings, and he couldn't move at all. "You!" He stared at Lin Tian, a look of shock on his face. Lin Tian had actually directly suppressed him at this moment. At the same time, Yi Tong was also moved. She had just fought with Taoist God Withered, so she knew very well how terrifying the other party was. But now, Lin Tian actually made Taoist God Withered lose his ability to move. Damn it! Taoist God Withered roared, mobilizing the divine power and great Tao in his body. He wanted to break through the suppression of Lin Tian's divine light. Old man, don't waste your energy. Didn't you notice that Brat Lin has already become an emperor? Whooshing Crocodile curled his lips and said, The ninth heaven's desolate shrine, Yinyang Holy Church, Heavenly Demon Divine Sect, and Immortal Sword Island have all been destroyed by us. The 7 ultimate evil emperor and the other old monsters have also gone to hell to play chess with the king of hell. With your current strength, you still want to fight against them? As soon as these words came out, Taoist God Withered was shocked. Master has become an emperor. Yi Tong couldn't help but exclaim. He didn't know the scale and level of the major forces mentioned by Whooshing Crocodile, nor did he know the cultivation base of the 7 ultimate evil emperor and the others. He only caught the news that Lin Tian had become an emperor, and his eyes widened immediately. After not seeing him for more than 10 years, his master had already stepped into the emperor realm. That was a realm that could overlook the entire 10th heaven. Impossible. 5 years ago, he was only at the 6th heavenly layer of Nirvana realm. How could he enter the emperor realm in 5 years? Moreover, how could the desolate shrine and the other major forces be destroyed so easily? This is impossible. Taoist God Withered was unwilling to believe it. He glanced at Whooshing Crocodile and then stared at Lin Tian. This news was too shocking. Lin Tian looked at this person and didn't say anything. Divine light intertwined between his eyebrows, and a wisp of divine sense directly entered this person's sea of consciousness. He forcefully peeked into this person's sea of consciousness with his powerful emperor-level strength. He wanted to figure out why this person had the unique demonic power of the desolate demon body, Putsung. Damn it! Get out! Taoist God Withered shouted. Lin Tian was very calm. He raised his hand and punched this person's abdomen. The pain caused this person to vomit blood, and his words were stopped. At the same time, his divine sense entered this person's sea of consciousness and soon found what he wanted to know. Putsang is dead, he muttered to himself. From Taoist God Withered's sea of consciousness, he knew why this person had the unique demonic power of the desolate demon body, Putsang. It turned out that back then he had killed Putsang with absolute strength and then refined his desolate demon body source. He was a little dazed. That wild, desolate demon body, Putsang, actually ended up in such a miserable state. Sad, he whispered. Desolate demon body Putsang. This was definitely a powerful figure, extremely powerful, a formidable opponent of his back then. Now, what he didn't expect was that such a wild and powerful expert would actually die like this, his life source refined by someone while he was still alive. He looked at Taoist God Withered, his eyes slightly colder. You like to refine other people's life source so much. Now, you can also have a taste of having your life source refined by others. As he spoke, he directly attacked. He operated the saint refining treasure technique. His divine sense didn't enter the other party's body, nor did he accept the other party's flesh and blood essence. He just purely refined the other party's flesh and life source, causing the other party's flesh and blood essence and life source to scatter into the world. Speaking of which, although Putsang was an enemy of his back then, although he was very domineering and wild, he had always been straightforward and not pretentious at all. This enemy ended up in such a miserable state, refined by Taoist God Withered, which made him sigh. In addition, Taoist God Withered had also tried to seize his reincarnation source. At this moment, the two overlapped, which made him feel even more uncomfortable. At this time, his attack could be said to be very cruel. Ah! Taoist God Withered screamed, his voice incomparably mournful. Having his flesh and blood refined and his life source refined like this was really too painful. It was tens of millions of times more painful than having his flesh and blood cut by a blade. Stop! Stop! He screamed again and again. Lin Tian was expressionless. He operated the saint refining treasure technique. Saint refining light constantly poured into Taoist God Withered's body, suppressing him with absolute strength. He forcibly refined his opponent's flesh and blood essence and life source, causing his essence energy to rapidly dissipate. "Stop, stop! Stop, ah!" Taoist god Withered screamed. This was a relatively long process. Lin Tian intended to make the other party suffer, so the process of refining the other party lasted for a full 2 hours before it ended. 2 hours later, his opponent's flesh and blood essence and life source had been completely refined. His essence energy drifted through the world, and his body became like a withered corpse. With a flick of Lin Tian's finger, a ray of light entered the withered body of the other party, causing it to explode. Taoist god Withered's body and soul had been destroyed. Not too far away, Yitong shivered. Taoist god Withered's miserable death really made one's scalp tingle. But in the blink of an eye, his eyes lit up again. He excitedly stared at Lin Tian. So strong! He clenched his hands. They hadn't seen each other for more than 10 years. His master had become even stronger, so strong that he was excited and proud. Lin Tian crushed Taoist god Withered and walked over. "Why are you fighting with him here?" he asked Yi Tong. Hearing his question, Wuxing Crocodile also looked at Yi Tong curiously. Yi Tong paused and said in a small voice, "I went back to the Yi family and found that the old ancestor failed to break through to the Enlightenment realm. His lifespan was greatly reduced, and he couldn't hold on much longer. So I came here to find a divine medicine to help the old ancestor heal his injuries and recover his lifespan. I found the divine medicine, and then I met that Taoist." Wuxing Crocodile's eyes widened. "What? You actually came here and risked your life for that old thing?" More than 10 years ago, when Yi Tong was still young, the wife of the Yi family's head, Li Wanfu, conspired with her senior brother, the head of the True Moon Immortal sect, to dig out the sun god's eyes. One of them was placed on Li Wanfu's son, and the other was taken away by the head of the True Moon Immortal sect. At that time, little Yi Tong's parents were killed. After losing her eyes, she was left in a small attic. The Yi family didn't care about her at all. Only a loyal servant stayed by her bedside to take care of her. Even after knowing the truth, the old ancestor of this branch stopped Lin Tian from taking Yi Tong's divine eyes from Li Wanfu's son because he was worried that the divine eyes would be damaged. It had always remembered this matter. It didn't have any good feelings towards the Yi family. Now that it heard Yi Tong risking her life for the Yi family's old ancestor, it was a bit angry. Yi Tong could clearly feel that Wuxing Crocodile was a bit angry. She carefully stood to the side, not daring to speak. Chapter 1262. Like Wuxing Crocodile, Lin Tian did not have a good impression of the upper echelons of the Yi family. They were too cruel to Yi Tong when she was still young. Now that the Yi family patriarch was in trouble, it was not worth it for Yi Tong to risk her life in the Nirvana abyss. One had to know that the Tao law of desolation in the Nirvana abyss had yet to disperse. It was very scary. Yi Tong was very strong, had the sun god eye, and was in the Nirvana realm. However, it was still dangerous for her to come here. She might die if she was not careful. That said, even though that was the case, he still approved of Yi Tong's actions and was very satisfied with them. Even though this disciple of his was treated so cruelly by the Yi clan ancestor and the others, he was still willing to come here and risk his life for the Yi clan ancestor. This showed that this disciple of his was very affectionate and valued the word filial piety very much. The divine medicine has been found. Master will take care of a few more enemies in this heaven region and then accompany you back to the Yi family. Lin Tian on Dao. Yi Tong was delighted. "Thank you, Master." Lin Tian chuckled and shook his head. "Humph." Wuxing Crocodile snorted. He knew what Lin Tian was thinking. In fact, he also thought that Yi Tong's character was very good. However, when he thought of how the Yi family patriarch was so cruel to Yi Tong and how Yi Tong was willing to sacrifice so much for him, he felt uncomfortable. Yi Tong looked at Wuxing Crocodile and apologized carefully. "I'm sorry, Uncle Crocodile." He knew that Whooshing Crocodile was feeling unjust for him. Whooshing Crocodile snorted again and did not say anything else. Lin Tian glanced at Whooshing Crocodile and did not say anything else. He tore a spatial rift in this place. Let's go. He led Yi Tong, Little Taichu, and Whooshing Crocodile inside. Darkness shrouded their field of vision, and in the next moment, they appeared outside a barren mountain in the fifth heaven. This is tearing through the void to perform space movement? Amazing! Yi Tong's eyes lit up. This kind of technique was very powerful. At the very least, one had to be a half-step emperor to do this. Lin Tianyi smiled as he looked at the barren mountain. He immediately made his move, and a beam of golden sword light shot straight into the depths of the mountain. With a honglong sound, this desolate mountain trembled greatly. The void collapsed, the ground split apart, smoke and dust surging. Who is it? At the same time, a cold voice sounded. The ground cracked, and a tall figure stepped out. This person's entire body was shrouded in emperor light, and there were thick emperor-level Tao laws intertwined around him. His aura was extremely powerful. Emperor! Yi Tong was shocked. Lin Tian's expression was very calm. He stepped forward and walked towards this person. Yuan Emperor, Ancient Seal, do you still remember me? His voice was very calm, causing the tall figure's expression to change. Reincarnation body. It's you. Staring at Lin Tian, this tall figure's pupils suddenly shrank. This person was called Yuan Emperor, Ancient Seal. When he was at the 9th layer of Emperor Realm, he went to seize Lin Tian's reincarnation source. However, Wu Yi directly reduced his cultivation by 7 small steps, causing him to fall to the 2nd layer of Emperor Realm. After 5 years, he recovered to the peak of the 3rd layer of Emperor Realm. At this time, when he saw Lin Tian, his eyes flickered, intertwining with various kinds of lights. Greed, hatred, and fear. What are you doing here? Staring at Lin Tian, this person said. At this time, this person didn't know what Lin Tian had done in the upper layers of Heaven region. He didn't know Lin Tian's true strength now. In his heart, he wanted to directly suppress Lin Tian here and seize the reincarnation source. However, after thinking about an old drunkard, the Beast Emperor, and Wu Yi behind Lin Tian, he finally suppressed this thought and didn't dare to be impulsive. The 3 of them were really too tyrannical and terrifying, especially Wu Yi. Just thinking about Wu Yi's appearance made him feel terrified. Nothing, just killing you. Lin Tian. Saying that, he walked towards the person, neither fast nor slow. Yuan Emperor, Ancient Seal, was stunned when he heard Lin Tian's words. Then he smiled coldly. Kill me? Because, whoosh, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out, interrupting Yuan Emperor, Ancient Seal's words. In the next instant, Lin Tian appeared beside this person. Yuan Emperor, Ancient Seal, was shocked. He didn't see how Lin Tian moved at all. You hum. Lin Tian raised his hand and slapped out the Emperor's palm together with the God Transformation Talisman, enveloping Yuan Emperor, Ancient Seal. This palm force was extremely terrifying, causing Yuan Emperor, Ancient Seal to tremble. He felt the threat of death in an instant. Stop! Puff. Blood splattered. Lin Tian's palm landed and smashed the person into pieces. Then, the God Transformation Talisman pressed down and enveloped the person's divine soul. With a scream, the person was annihilated. Yuan Emperor, Ancient Seal, had fallen. This, not far away, Yi Tong was stunned. A true Emperor-level expert was killed by Lin Tianyi with one slap. What kind of terrifying combat power was that? So strong. He swallowed his saliva. This kind of strength had subverted his imagination. Of course, this made his eyes shine even brighter, and he seemed even more excited. After all, Lin Tian is his master. His master is so powerful, it's naturally something to be happy about. Lin Tian walked over and said, Let's go to the next place. According to Yenya Er's deduction, among the emperors who tried to seize his reincarnation essence. 3 of them are living in the 5th heaven. He tore open a void crack here and left with Yi Tong, little Taichu, and Wuxing Crocodile. In the next moment, he appeared in a canyon filled with black killing intent. This is another famous danger zone in the 5th heaven. Many people have died in this place. He brought Yi Tong, little Taichu, and Wuxing Crocodile here and directly slashed into the canyon. In the blink of an eye, a figure covered in intertwined emperor light rushed out, carrying a dense killing intent. It's an ancient emperor. However, after seeing Lin Tian, this person's expression changed. It's you. 5 years ago, he tried to seize Lin Tian's reincarnation essence. This ancient emperor naturally remembered Lin Tian's appearance. It's me. I'm here to settle the score with you. Lin Tian. Without any superfluous words, he directly took action, displaying the 4-symbol seal, instantly revealing the 5-layered Tao diagram of the 4 symbols. The 5-layered Tao diagram of the 4 symbols covered the sky, shrouding the ancient emperor under it, directly suppressing everything. The ancient emperor's face changed drastically on the spot. At this moment, he felt the horror of Lin Tian. He was shocked and angry, struggling desperately under the 5-layered Tao diagram of the 4 symbols. Unfortunately, it was useless. Buzz! The 5-layered Tao diagram of the 4 symbols trembled, and in the next moment, it overlapped and merged into one, evolving into a large silver vortex. With a puff sound, the silver vortex swallowed the ancient emperor, instantly crushing him, and even his divine soul was annihilated. When Yi Tong saw this scene, he was so excited that his body was trembling. Lin Tian turned around and walked back. Looking at the excited Yi Tong, he smiled slightly and said, "Okay, let's go to the Yi family now. His enemies in this heaven have all been found and killed." At this time, he tore open the cross-heaven barrier and left with Yi Tong, little Taichu, and Wuxing Crocodile. The next moment, he appeared in the 6th heaven. Afterward, he tore open the void again, taking little Taichu and Wuxing Crocodile to a huge mansion. Looking around, there are many palaces and pavilions in the mansion. The aura fluctuations inside are also very good. The plaque in front of the door is engraved with a big Yi family character. It's the 6th heaven's Yi family, the family where Yi Tong was born. Humph! Wuxing Crocodile snorted softly. Coming here again, it was very uncomfortable. Lin Tian didn't feel very comfortable either. He didn't have a good impression of this place, but the expression on his face was very calm. "Let's go," he said to Yi Tong and walked towards the Yi family. There were several disciples guarding the main gate of the Yi family. Seeing someone approaching the family, they hurriedly greeted him. "Young Master Yi Tong." Someone saw Yi Tong and hurriedly saluted. Not long ago, Yi Tong returned to the Yi family. These people naturally recognized Yi Tong and respected Yi Tong very much. At the same time, these disciples of the Yi family also saw Lin Tian, and they were all shocked. This is that reincarnation form. It's really, seeing Lin Tian, these disciples of the Yi family trembled. Some of them couldn't help but take a step back in horror. In the past, because of the undead ghost emperor, Lin Tian's special physique was exposed to the entire 10 heavens. Almost no one in the cultivation world didn't know about this matter. After that, Lin Tian's personal portrait and special physique were even written into a book and widely circulated. At this moment, seeing Lin Tian, these disciples of the Yi family naturally recognized him. The legendary strongest physique came to their family and stood in front of them, making these people's hearts palpitate. "Brothers, this is my teacher. She wants to go in with me," Yi Tong said. The disciples of the Yi family hurriedly nodded and quickly made way. "Please come in, come in." In fact, these disciples of the Yi family all knew that the legendary reincarnation form was the teacher of their young master Yi Tong. This matter had shocked the entire Yi family in the blink of an eye after Lin Tian's special physique was exposed. Now, everyone in the Yi family knew that Lin Tian, the reincarnation form, was Yi Tong's teacher. Lin Tian's face was expressionless. This wasn't his first time coming to the Yi family, so he directly followed Yi Tong into the Yi family. There were many disciples of the Yi family who came and went on a daily basis. As Lin Tian walked in, these people naturally saw Lin Tian. In an instant, all the disciples of the Yi family were greatly shocked. It's that reincarnation form. She came to our family with young master Yi Tong. This, many people couldn't help but gulp. Chapter 1263. In the Yi family, the members of the Yi family felt their hearts palpitate. Seeing Lin Tian enter the Yi family with Yi Tong, many people couldn't help but tremble, and their eyes were full of awe. Lin Tian's face didn't have any emotional fluctuations. He followed Yi Tong into the depths of the Yi family and came to the central pavilion of the Yi family. Little brother Lin. In the Yi family's pavilion, the high-level elders of the family were inside. They were guarding the current ancestor of the family who failed to break through to the enlightenment realm. At this time, seeing Lin Tian appear and enter the pavilion with Yi Tong, all of them were shocked. You! Seeing Lin Tian, the eyes of the elders of the family flickered. When Lin Tian was still in the sixth heaven, they already knew how powerful and terrifying Lin Tian was. He uprooted several great sects in the sixth heaven. Later, they learned that Lin Tianyi had fought his way to the ninth heavenly layer and obtained the legendary reincarnation king body. The entire Yi family was shocked. Now, seeing Lin Tian appear in the Yi family again, the hearts of the elders of the Yi family accelerated. Little cough, little brother. A cough sounded. In the Yi family's pavilion, there was a jade bed. The old ancestor of the Yi family was sitting cross-legged on it. There were many wrinkles on his cheeks, and his hair was white. The aura on his body was very weak, like a wisp of flame that could be extinguished at any time. Lin Tian looked at the old ancestor. He didn't have any emotional fluctuations, nor did he have anything to say. He just nodded calmly. Humph! Whooshing crocodile snorted coldly. He was very unhappy. The elders of the Yi family looked a little embarrassed. They naturally knew that Lin Tian and Whooshing crocodile didn't have a good impression of them, and they also knew the reason. More than 10 years ago, they were indeed very excessive to Yi Tong. Yi Tong looked at her master, then looked at the elders of the Yi family, and quickly walked to the front of the old ancestor of the Yi family. She took out a strange immortal plant with purple gold divine light flowing around it from the stone ring. Old ancestor, this is the purple gold dragon orchid. It can definitely heal your injuries. Purple gold dragon orchid. The divine medicine recorded in the ancient books. The elders of the Yi family were shocked. Their Yi family strength was extraordinary and could be considered to have been passed down for tens of thousands of years. However, this was the first time they had seen a divine medicine. At this time, when they saw the purple gold immortal stalk in Yi Tong's hand, they were both shocked and shocked. Little Tong, the Yi family's old ancestor, trembled. Half a month ago, Yi Tong returned to the Yi family. After learning that he had failed to reach enlightenment, she left on the same day, saying that she was going to look for something. He didn't expect that she would come back with a divine medicine to heal his injuries. This moved him. At the same time, it made him feel even more guilty and uncomfortable. More than 10 years ago, the Yi family treated Yi Tong so cruelly. But now Yi Tong treated him like this. Lin Tian stood calmly to the side, his face still expressionless. Whooshing crocodile snorted again. He didn't even bother to look at the elders of the Yi family. Little Tai Chu, on the other hand, was looking around with a curious look on his face. Old ancestor, relax. Yi Tong will heal you with the divine medicine. You will definitely recover soon. Yi Tong said. He had refined the purple gold divine orchid with his nirvana realm cultivation and injected the essence of the divine medicine into the Yi family's old ancestor's body. Then he used the Sun Heart Sutra and the Sun's nirvana technique to guide the essence to heal the Yi family's old ancestor. For a moment, a rich fragrance wafted through the air. The Yi family's old ancestor's body trembled slightly. His essence, energy, and spirit quickly recovered. The white hair on his head gradually turned black. This made the Yi family elders excited. They clenched their fists. Their old ancestor was quickly recovering. Wang Yi Tong helped the Yi family's old ancestor heal. The golden divine light of the Sun Heart Sutra and the blood-red flames of the Sun's Nirvana technique surrounded the old ancestor. The light seemed very gentle. The Yi family's old ancestor's essence, energy, and spirit were rapidly recovering. The color of his face also gradually returned to normal. Soon, more than 15 minutes passed. Cough! At this moment, the Yi family's old ancestor suddenly trembled. He opened his mouth and coughed out a mouthful of blood. His essence, energy, and spirit rapidly weakened. Yi Tong was shocked. Old ancestor. The Yi family's upper echelons also turned pale. They were all shocked. What's going on? Just now, the elders were anxious. Yi Tong had just healed their Yi family's old ancestor. The old ancestor's essence, energy, and spirit were clearly improving rapidly. His aura was also strengthening. However, he suddenly coughed up blood. This change was too sudden. Blood gushed out of the Yi family's old ancestor's mouth. His already strengthened essence, energy, and spirit quickly fell. Although he was still slightly stronger than before, his condition did not improve by much. In essence, there was no obvious meaning. Forcefully breaking through to the enlightenment realm has failed. Various meridians are blocked. They were not cleaned up in time, causing the origin to be damaged. Now, even the divine medicine is useless. Wuxing Crocodile coldly snorted. It had lived for a very long time, several thousand years. The things it knew were far beyond what Yi Tong could compare to. Moreover, its cultivation was also much higher than Yi Tong's. Naturally, it could see through the Yi family's old ancestors' current condition. What? This made the expressions of the Yi family's elders all change. Even with divine medicine, they still couldn't save their clan's ancestor. Yi Tong was also shocked. She looked at Wuxing Crocodile and whispered, "Uncle Crocodile, can you?" When he saw Wuxing Crocodile, he immediately saw through the Yi family's old ancestor's current condition. He felt that Wuxing Crocodile should have a way to save the Yi family's old ancestor. He wanted to ask Wuxing Crocodile for help. Wuxing Crocodile naturally knew that Yi Tong wanted to ask it for help. It glanced at the Yi family's old ancestor and snorted coldly. Then it said to Yi Tong, "Don't look at me. No one below the level of an emperor can save him." When those words were spoken, it caused the elders of the Yi family to be shocked again. All of them trembled, and their expressions became very unsightly. Only an emperor-level existence can save him. The Yi family elders' expressions turned gloomy. The Yi family's old ancestor was the strongest person in this generation of the Yi family. He was the pillar of the Yi family. Once the old ancestor passed away, it would undoubtedly be a huge blow to the Yi family. But in this situation, they had no other choice. Only an emperor-level existence could save the Yi family's old ancestor. This kind of existence was high and mighty, and stood at the top of the pyramid in the 10 directions celestial domains. Their small Yi family didn't even have a godly medicine. How could they possibly ask for help from such an existence? "Forget it, this is fate," the Yi family's old ancestor sighed and looked at Yi Tong with a smile. "Child, it's been hard on you." After failing to break through to the enlightenment realm, the Yi family's old ancestor had aged a lot. Just one look and one could tell that he already had one foot in the coffin. Yi Tong shook his head and looked at Lin Tian. "Mom, master!" He looked at Lin Tian with a trace of anticipation in his eyes. He already knew that his master was at the level of an emperor. When he met Yi Tong's gaze, Lin Tian naturally knew what his number 1 disciple was thinking. He sighed in his heart. This disciple of his was really filial. He didn't say anything. He looked at the Yi family's old ancestor and pointed a finger. A golden light quickly entered the old ancestor's body. In an instant, the Yi family's old ancestor's body seemed to be burning. His essence, energy, and spirit began to rise at a terrifying speed. The blocked meridians in his body were unblocked in the blink of an eye, and the aura he emitted began to rise exponentially. The Yi family's elders were shocked. At the same time, the Yi family's old ancestor was even more shocked. He could clearly feel the changes happening to his body. Buzz! The golden divine light was dense and enveloped the Yi family's old ancestor, combing through his meridians, sea of consciousness and origin. In the blink of an eye, dozens of breaths passed. The Yi family's old ancestor's injuries were completely healed. His essence, energy, and spirit reached an extremely high point, charging all the way to the peak of the half-step enlightenment realm. The Yi family's elders were pleasantly surprised. After this, the Yi family's old ancestor's aura continued to rise. After dozens of breaths passed, there was a loud boom. An extremely powerful aura spread out from the Yi family's old ancestor's body, directly sweeping up a shocking hurricane in the clan pavilion. This is enlightenment realm. That's right, it's the enlightenment realm. This is the aura of the enlightenment realm, the true aura of the enlightenment realm. The Yi family's elders couldn't hide their excitement. Not only had their old ancestor of this generation fully recovered from his injuries, but he had also stepped into the enlightenment realm at this time. For the Yi family, this was an extremely joyous occasion, breaking and rebuilding, transcending the primitive world. This old thing's quite lucky. Whooshing Crocodile snorted. He didn't have a good impression of the Yi family's old ancestor at all. The Yi family's old ancestor's aura was still rising. After dozens of breaths, it finally stabilized. His realm stopped at the peak of the first heaven of enlightenment realm. Looking at his own hands, the Yi family's old ancestor trembled slightly. He was also somewhat excited. Old ancestor. The Yi family's elders all went up to him, their faces filled with surprise and joy. Yi Tong also smiled. He was born in the Yi family. Although he had left the clan, the blood of the Yi family still flowed in his body. Now that he saw the Yi family's old ancestor recover from his injuries, escape the threat of death, and break through to a higher realm, he was naturally happy. He looked at Lin Tian and whispered, "Thank you, master." He knew that Lin Tian had helped him. Lin Tiantan smiled and shook his head. At this time, the Yi family's old ancestor and the Yi family's elders heard Yi Tong's voice and came back to their senses. They all trembled and quickly looked at Lin Tian. "Thank you, young man." "Thank you, Brother Lin." "Thank you. I can't thank you enough. Thank you so much." The Yi family's elders thanked Lin Tian Dao at the same time. The Yi family's old ancestor even stood up and bowed to Lin Tian. At the same time, amidst their excitement, the Yi family's elders and Yi family's old ancestor suddenly felt their hearts tremble. Their eyes were filled with shock, especially the Yi family's old ancestor. At this time, he couldn't help but tremble. Previously, he had heard Whooshing Crocodile say that no one below the level of an emperor could heal his current injuries. But now, Lin Tianji had just casually pointed a finger and healed his injuries. Moreover, he had even surpassed his previous level and broken through to a higher realm. Then wouldn't Lin Tian's current cultivation be at the level of an emperor? Chapter 1264. The Yi family members were all stunned. They looked at Lin Tian with flickering eyes, and their hearts were beating rapidly. Injuries that could not be healed by anyone under the emperor rank were now healed by Lin Tian. Moreover, it was done so easily. He only needed to point a finger to do it. The message that this matter displayed was self-evident. Little brother, your cultivation right now, could it be that you've already reached The Yi family's ancestor was trembling with fear. Lin Tian glanced at the Yi family's ancestor and didn't say anything. "Let's go," he called out to Yi Tong and walked out of the Yi family's pavilion. Accompanying Yi Tong to the Yi family was already done. He didn't want to stay in the Yi family for too long. Whooshing, Crocodile humphed and also walked out. Yi Tong turned around and bowed to the Yi family's elders and Yi family's ancestor. Then she followed Lin Tian and ran out. The Yi family's ancestor and Yi family's elders couldn't help but chase after them. They saw the scene of Lin Tian breaking open the heaven domain barrier and bringing Yi Tong, Whooshing Crocodile, and little Taichu with him as they disappeared from the Yi family's premises. Tearing open the heaven domain barrier with his bare hands and moving across heaven domains. This requires at least a half-step Emperor rank to do this. Injuries that no one under the Emperor rank can heal, he healed. Moreover, this scene, he really reached the Emperor rank, an Emperor rank reincarnation body. The Yi family's elders and Yi family's ancestor were all trembling. Emperor rank, Little Tong's master, that little brother, actually reached the Emperor rank. The voices of several great figures from this bloodline were trembling. At this moment, all of them were shocked, overwhelmed with shock, all of them staring blankly into space. Yi Tong's master used the reincarnation physique, the most mysterious and most powerful king physique in history, to become an emperor. It could be said that she was unparalleled in the world. Meanwhile, Yi Tong was treated like that by them back then. She was taken away from the Yi family by Lin Tian. Although Yi Tong still considered herself a member of the Yi family and was willing to help them, in reality, they knew that Yi Tong and their Yi family no longer had any relationship. They thought about it. If she hadn't treated Yi Tong that way back then, and Yi Tong was still a true member of the Yi family, then how could Lin Tian's attitude towards the Yi family be the same as it was now? If they hadn't treated Yi Tong like that back then, the Yi family would have an emperor-level powerhouse standing behind them. Moreover, it was an emperor-level reincarnated body. Several elders of the Yi family and the old ancestor of the Yi family trembled. They felt regret and deep shame. Lin Tian left the Yi family and tore through the heavens barrier. At this moment, with a flash of light, he stepped out of the void. Looking around, they entered a great world with beautiful mountains and rivers. Mountains were connected to each other, and they could see surging rivers in the distance. The water splashed several meters high, and the waves were turbulent. The fourth heaven, Whooshing Crocodile said. After leaving the Yi family, Lin Tian tore through the heavens barrier and directly entered the fourth heaven from the sixth heaven. Amazing! Yi Tong was a little excited. Passing through the heavens barrier like this made him a little excited. Lin Tian smiled and glanced at this heaven. Soon after, he tore through the void again and appeared in a swamp. Clang! He attacked, and the sword light slashed into the depths of the swamp. A shocking sword aura surged, and soon a tall emperor rushed out, carrying a cold and angry intent. Then this person saw Lin Tian and was moved again. "It's you." 5 years ago, this person also went to seize Lin Tian's reincarnation origin, so he naturally remembered Lin Tian and recognized him at a glance. "It's me. I'm here to kill you." Lin Tian was very direct. As soon as his words fell, he attacked ruthlessly. The Chaos Emperor fist shook the sky, and the roar of dragons and phoenixes echoed as it blasted towards this person. This was a terrifying attack, causing the tall emperor to change his expression on the spot. "You, pooh!" A terrifying punch directly obliterated this person's body and soul. This was the strongest monarch physique of a third firmament emperor. Under the sky venerable realm, no one could be his opponent. So strong! It wasn't the first time Yi Tong saw Lin Tian kill an emperor so easily, but seeing this scene at this time, she still felt shocked and excited. Her Nirvana realm body trembled slightly. Lin Tian smiled and said, "Next place." According to Yenya-Er's calculation, he passed through 5 more areas in the 4th heaven, found 5 old emperors who tried to seize his reincarnation origin, and directly killed them. So far, all the people who tried to seize his reincarnation origin were killed by him. No one escaped. Finally, they are all dealt with. Ha! That immortal spirit body girl's divine art is really superb. Wuxing Crocodile clicked his tongue and said, Indeed. Lin Tian nodded. Speaking of which, without Yenya-Er's help, it would be absolutely impossible for him to find all these old emperors. It would be good if he could find 3 or 5 of them, because the locations of those people were very hidden, and they were arranged with special means. Even if a powerful emperor's divine sense swept over them, it would be difficult to find them. Then where are we going now? Are we going directly to the 1st heaven to find your sister and your little lovers? Wuxing Crocodile said. When he heard the 5 elements alligator's words, even though Lin Tian knew that this fellow was purposely mocking him, Lin Shijiu and the others' figures still couldn't help but appear in his mind, wisps of gentle light involuntarily appearing in his eyes. It has been more than 10 years since he last saw them. He naturally missed them very much. He smiled and said, No, we will go all the way from this heaven to the 1st heaven to visit some old friends. At this time, the old friends he mentioned were naturally his old friends in the true sense. Let's go. He looked at a certain place in the 4th heaven, smiled faintly, tore open the void, and left with Yi Tong and the others. Soon after, he took Yi Tong, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu to a huge tribe. Looking around, there are 3 towering mountains located in the surroundings. The aura intertwined with each other is very rich. It can be described as astonishing. It's the barbarian race of the 4th heaven. Lin Tian came here. There was an old friend of his here, the barbarian king body, Fanning Xiong. Roar! There are tall beasts near the barbarian race. They coexist peacefully with the barbarian race, exuding thick monster chi. Lin Tian walked into the barbarian race with Yi Tong, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu, causing a huge uproar. Little brother Lin. In this tribe, the barbarian race's old ancestor, the barbarian race's patriarch, a group of great elders and ordinary elders all came out to greet him. Back then, their clan had fought alongside Lin Tian, working together to exterminate the brutal insectoid race. Seeing Lin Tian at this time, the barbarians were excited, not only because of the arrival of Lin Tian, who fought side by side with them, but also because they all knew that Lin Tian is the legendary body of reincarnation. Brother Lin. An excited voice sounded. In the depths of the mountains behind the barbarian race, a tall and burly figure rushed out. The muscles on his body were exposed like a dragon, full of terrifying power. As soon as he came up, he gave Lin Tian a bear hug. Hero, long time no see. Lin Tian smiled and said, This tall and burly figure is the holy son of this generation of the barbarian race, one of the 12 king bodies, Fanning Xiong. In the past, because of him, Fanning Xiong was hunted down by the insect race and almost died. At this time, he looked at Fanning Xiong and clearly felt Fanning Xiong's strength. After so many years, Fanning Xiong was already at the 2nd sky of Nirvana realm. In terms of physical strength, no one under the Emperor realm could compare with him. This was the unique advantage of the barbarian king body. His physical strength was invincible, and he could throw a mountain and break 10,000 laws. In terms of physical strength, no one in the same realm could suppress the barbarian king body except for him, who is a body of reincarnation. Let's get drunk today. Fanning Xiong was very excited to see his old friend after more than 10 years. He even forgot that Lin Tian is a body of reincarnation. Okay, Lin Tian smiled and said, On this night, bonfires were set up in the main tribe of the barbarian race. Jars of immortal wine were brought out and piled up on the ground to celebrate the arrival of Lin Tian. They were also very enthusiastic towards Yi Tong, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu. His loud laughter echoed in the tribe for a long time. Next, Lin Tian stayed in the main tribe of the barbarian race for 3 days. Then he said goodbye to Fan Yingxiong, the ancestor of the barbarian race, and the others. When he left, he brought out a jade-like bone hammer. It was a low-grade heavenly treasure, and he gave it to the berserkers as a treasure armament to protect their race. He had obtained it when he killed dozens of monarchs who had tried to steal his origin of reincarnation. It's too precious. We can't take it. Little brother, please keep it. The ancestor of the barbarian race and the others declined. This was a heavenly treasure, a divine item of this level. Its value was too high. Even ordinary emperors didn't have one because the difficulty of refining such a divine item was too high. Moreover, the materials were very hard to find. It's okay. I have other heavenly treasures. You don't have to decline. Lin Tian on Dao. In the end, under his insistence, the ancestor of the barbarian race and the others accepted the heavenly treasure with trembling hands. Their eyes were full of excitement. Thank you, little brother. The barbarian race experts kept thanking him. Seniors are too polite. Lin Tian smiled and shook his head. He bid farewell to Fan Yingxiong again, the ancestor of the barbarian race clansmen, and the supreme elders of the barbarian race. Then he left the main tribe of the barbarian race with Yi Tong and the others. After leaving the main tribe of the barbarian race for some distance, he tore open a crack in the void and stepped into it with Yi Tong, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu. After leaving the fourth heaven, he stepped out of the void and appeared in a new world. Boom! Chapter 1265. The vast ocean stretched as far as the eye could see, and the waves inside were rolling, exuding an astonishing aura. As far as the eye could see, there were places on the surface of the sea where even the void was distorted due to the waves. This is the border between the third heaven's prosperous continent and the barbarian land. We are now on the barbarian land side. Wuxing Crocodile said, recognizing the vast ocean at a glance. Yes, it's the border of the heavenly river. Lin Tian nodded. He deliberately tore open the heavenly barrier to come here. Back when his cultivation was still weak, in order to avoid the pursuit of the powerhouses from the desolate shrine, he once crossed this heavenly river from the other side of the prosperous continent to the barbarian land. Now that he has stepped into the Emperor realm, he wants to cross this heavenly river from the sky and take a good look at it. Let's go, we'll cross it from here. As he spoke, he took a step forward and entered the boundary of the celestial river. He stepped on the surface of the celestial river and headed to the other side. You're so boring. Wuxing Crocodile rolled its eyes and flapped its wings to follow. Little Taichu laid on Lin Tian's shoulder, looking around curiously, while Yi Tong quietly followed behind Lin Tian. Boom! The heavenly river seemed to have a consciousness. As soon as Lin Tian and the others stepped into the heavenly river, the entire heavenly river suddenly became restless. The originally fierce waves became even more turbulent, and the rolling waves rushed into the sky, rolling up hundreds of meters high. Moreover, there was a terrifying roar coming from the bottom of the heavenly river. In the blink of an eye, sea beasts appeared. The smallest one was dozens of meters long, and the largest one was as big as a mountain, setting off terrifying waves on the heavenly river. Roar! These sea beasts roared and directly rushed towards Lin Tian and the others. Lin Tian looked very calm. He looked at these sea beasts and didn't release a trace of pressure until they approached. Suddenly, these sea beasts couldn't help but tremble. Their ferocious appearance instantly disappeared without a trace. Like a deflated balloon, they suddenly became listless and looked at Lin Tian with some panic and fear. After all, Lin Tian was now at the third heaven of the Emperor realm. How could ordinary beasts not be afraid of him? On the heavenly river, the waves were crashing. Lin Tian didn't care about the ferocious beasts that rushed here. He stepped on the surface of the heavenly river and headed towards Shang continent. During this process, he was observing his surroundings. The surface of the celestial river was white, and the waves were splashing. With his emperor-rank divine senses, he discovered that there were many ferocious beasts hiding under the surface of the water. Some had fins, some had scales, and some had horns. Every single one of them was staring at the surface of the water. However, none of them attacked. Clearly, at this time, these ferocious beasts also felt the terror of Lin Tianyi's group and did not dare to move. This Milky Way is very wide, much more exaggerated than the vast seas of the ninth heaven. Whooshing Crocodile said, "Indeed." Lin Tian nodded. He walked on the water surface and observed the surface of the celestial river. He observed the bottom of the celestial river. Waves surged around him, but they couldn't get close to his body. The waves were all blocked by the monarch aura around his body. Whoosh! After walking for tens of thousands of meters, some ferocious beasts rushed towards Lin Tianyi's group. However, in the next moment, when they approached Lin Tian, all the ferocious beasts trembled at the same time. Obviously, they all felt the terrifying aura exuded by Lin Tian, and they suddenly became obedient. Lin Tian didn't care. He continued to walk towards Shun Continent. Whoosh! The waves of the heavenly river were rolling, intertwining with a very amazing aura, causing the void above to distort. This scene was a bit shocking, but Lin Tian didn't feel anything when he looked at it now. When I accidentally got close to this heavenly river, I was terrified at that time. Now that I'm close again, it's so natural. He couldn't help but sigh. As my cultivation continues to increase, the way I look at things really changes a lot. Nonsense, do you even need to say that? Whooshing Crocodile curled its lips. The group walked towards the opposite side. After an unknown amount of time, the sound of the water hitting the riverbank could be heard. Looking around, they had arrived at the other side of the heavenly river. It was a red riverbank, and they could see piles of sea sand. Lin Tian walked forward. Soon, he stepped out of the range of the heavenly river. Standing in this place, he glanced around, and there was a faint light of dragon patterns intertwined in his eyes. A hidden, immortal trapping pattern. He muttered to himself. Back then, in order to avoid the pursuit of the experts from the Desolation Shrine, he destroyed more than 10 immortal meridians to injure the enemy and accidentally landed in this place. He was close to the border of the heavenly river and couldn't retreat. At that time, even though he had already mastered the dragon burial scripture, he didn't understand what was going on. But now it was different. His cultivation was much stronger than before, and he instantly saw through the essence of this place. There was a very hidden, immortal, trapping pattern below. Without the cultivation of the enlightenment realm, it was impossible to see it. Moreover, once one stepped into such a terrain, one's strength would be suppressed, and it would be difficult to walk out of this place. He took a look and saw that this immortal trapping pattern covered an area of 1,000 feet. It was deeply rooted and complicated. 1,000 feet of the heavenly river. There's no way out. So that's how it is. He muttered to himself. Kid, what are you muttering about? Whooshing Crocodile asked. Nothing. Let's go. Lin Tiandao. Dragon patterns interweaved under his feet, easily breaking through the immortal trapping pattern here. Finally, he glanced at the border of the heavenly river behind him and left. After that, he directly tore open a void crack, bringing Yi Tong, Whooshing Crocodile, and little Taichu into it. With a buzz, the space closed, and their vision fell into darkness. Of course, this process didn't last long. Almost in the next moment, light appeared in front of them, and they stepped out of the void. As far as the eye could see, there was a vast group of palaces in front of them. They were located in an immortal mountain, and their aura was somewhat extraordinary. It was a great power in the third heaven, Ascension Dao sect. Kid, you are the sect master of this place. Whooshing Crocodile clicked his tongue and said, the previous Ascension Dao sect master really had good vision, passing the position of sect master to you. Now there is an emperor-level reincarnation body, sect master. Yi Tong has been here before. Yi Tong said. When they parted, Lin Tian had asked him to temporarily cultivate in the Ascension Dao sect. He had stayed here for a period of time. Little Taichu's big eyes were very bright. He looked around curiously. Lin Tian had a smile on his face. He didn't say anything and walked into the Ascension Dao sect. At this time, he was no longer flying in the air. Instead, he landed outside the Ascension Dao sect and walked forward on foot. Soon, he arrived in front of the main gate of the Ascension Dao sect, causing a huge commotion. Sect Master. The sect master is back. Quickly report to the elders and grand elders. Inside the Ascension Dao sect, many disciples were extremely excited. When the Ascension Dao sect suffered a calamity, the sect master of the formless immortal sect and the Golden Flames Dao sect attacked together. Lin Tian alone turned the tide and saved the people of the Ascension Dao sect. Then, facing the coercion of the formless immortal sect, he took the initiative to leave the Ascension Dao sect. Such loyalty made everyone in the Ascension Dao sect incomparably convinced and respected him. Then, 5 years ago, Lin Tian fought alone in the 9th heaven. The reincarnation physique was exposed by the immortal Ghost Emperor, causing almost everyone in the cultivation world of the 10 heavens to know about it. Naturally, everyone in the Ascension Dao sect also knew about it, causing the entire Ascension Dao sect to boil with excitement. Their new sect master of this generation was actually the most mysterious and powerful reincarnation physique in history. Sect Master. At this moment, all the disciples and deacons in the Ascension Dao sect, no matter what they were doing at this moment, swarmed out like a swarm of bees. All of them were excited and bowed respectfully to Lin Tian. For the Ascension Dao sect, Lin Tian, the sect master, was almost never in the Ascension Dao sect. However, in the history of the Ascension Dao sect, he was undoubtedly the most prestigious sect master, even surpassing the founder of the Ascension Dao sect. Everyone get up. Lin Tian was very calm. Thank you, sect master. The disciples of the Ascension Dao sect stood up, but the light in their eyes was even brighter. Many young disciples stared straight at Lin Tian, their eyes shining like stars. It was as if they wanted to swallow Lin Tian whole. Sect Master, are you really a reincarnation physique? Lin Tian looked very young and very gentle, without the slightest arrogance of a sect master. Although the disciples of the Ascension Dao sect respected him very much, they were not afraid of him. At this time, someone couldn't help but ask. All of a sudden, pairs of eyes lit up in this place, all of them staring straight at Lin Tian. Although these people knew about this 5 years ago, at this time they still couldn't help but want to hear Lin Tian say it. Yes, it's like this, Lin Tian said with a smile. Suddenly, the place was in an uproar again. It's really a reincarnation physique. So powerful. Sect Master is so powerful. The strongest king physique. Our sect master is the most powerful king physique in history. The disciples of the Ascension Dao sect were very excited. Lin Tian chatted with the disciples of the Ascension Dao sect with a smile. He answered all the questions of these disciples one by one. In the process, he learned a lot of things. After more than 10 years, with the help of some ancient scriptures and divine weapons that he left behind, the Ascension Dao sect has become the overlord of the 3rd heaven, whether it is in the Shang continent or the barbarian land. No other force can compare to it. Not bad. He nodded secretly in his heart. In fact, he wasn't surprised at all about this. After all, the various ancient scriptures, Lingjing, and the divine weapon Baoden that he left behind are not comparable to any other force in the 3rd heaven. With the help of these ancient scriptures, Lingjing, and the divine weapon Baoden, after more than 10 years, the Ascension Dao sect will naturally advance by leaps and bounds. It's normal for it to become the first force in the 3rd heaven. It's an inevitable outcome. Lin Tian. A voice sounded, and more than a dozen figures flashed in the distance, quickly moving towards this place. To read the latest novel, please visit Chapter 1266, The dozen or so figures were very fast. Their bodies were surrounded by powerful Tao law fluctuations. In the blink of an eye, they arrived before him. It was the previous Ascension sect master, Lu Wei, and the reclusive elders of the Ascension Tao sect. When they got closer and saw Lin Tian again, Lu Wei and the group of hidden elders were all very happy and even a bit excited. "Greetings, sect master." Apart from Lu Wei, the other reclusive elders bowed to Lin Tian. "Elders, there's no need to stand on ceremony. Please rise." Lin Tian on Dao. He sized up the group and found that Lu Wuwei's cultivation had already reached the enlightenment realm. The group of reclusive elders had all reached the fifth firmament of the Great Path and above. Their cultivation could be said to be very powerful, and each of them had thick blood qi. "Let's go to a quieter place," Lu Wuwei said. At the same time, he ordered the disciples and deacons gathered here to disperse first. Lin Tian had a smile on his face as he followed Lu Wuwei and the grand elders into the sky. Not long after, they arrived at a quiet divine hall in the Ascension Tao sect. The hall was filled with all kinds of strange Tao patterns, and there was even a faint Tao power intertwining in the air. "It's been more than 10 years. A reclusive elder sighed. The reclusive elders and Lu Wei looked at Lin Tian and sighed. Then, naturally, the dozen or so people asked Lin Tian about the reincarnation body, like the other ordinary Ascension Tao sect disciples. To be honest, even though they were powerful and knew that Lin Tian was a reincarnation body 5 years ago, they could not help but be shocked when they saw Lin Tian's true body appear in front of them 5 years later. "It's like this," Lin Tian said with a smile. They had not seen each other for more than 10 years. In the divine hall of the Ascension Tao sect, Lu Wuwei and the reclusive elders asked him many questions. Then they told him about the growth of the Ascension Tao sect over the years and the current strength of the Ascension Tao sect. In fact, he had already learned about this from the other disciples and deacons of the Ascension Tao sect. Very quickly, 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Lin Tian spread out his hand. A ring of treasure light appeared and transformed into a purple saber. It was covered with emperor rank patterns. The saber chi was extremely sharp. This was a low-quality, heavenly treasure. Like the heavenly treasure he gave to the barbarian race before, it was obtained when he destroyed the 4 top inheritances of the 9th heaven and killed the dozens of emperors who tried to seize his reincarnation origin, including the 7 ultimate evil emperor, Ryugen Daojun and the extreme Yin Overlord, the 3 old monsters who were infinitely close to the heavenly venerable realm, as well as the 4 ultimate heavenly treasures from the primordial shrine, the holy Yin-Yang sect, the heavenly demon sect, and the immortal sword island. He had obtained a total of 13 heavenly treasures. Among them, 7 were peak heavenly treasures, 2 were middle grade, and 4 were low grade. It could be said that he had gained a lot. He took out the purple saber and handed it to Lu Wei so that Lu Wei could use it as the sect guarding treasure of the Ascension Tao sect. This, Lu Wei and the others trembled. This was the first time they had seen a legendary heavenly treasure. Everyone stared at Lin Tian, their faces filled with shock. Lin Tian could actually so easily take out a heavenly treasure and use it as the Ascension Tao Gates sect guarding treasure. Moreover, his expression was very casual. This meant that Lin Tian still had other heavenly treasures on him. One person had several heavenly treasures on him. What kind of thought was this? Moreover, what kind of strength did he have to gather so many heavenly treasures on him? "Lin Tian, your current cultivation is..." Lu Wei couldn't help but ask Lin Tian. "3rd layer Emperor Realm." Lin Tian didn't hide it. "What?" As soon as these words came out, Lu Wei and the others were shocked. After not seeing each other for more than 10 years, Lin Tian had reached the Emperor Realm, and it was the 3rd layer Emperor Realm. This, Lu Wei and the others were stunned and even a little dumbfounded for a moment. Emperor Realm. That was definitely an important figure, and was at the top of the pyramid in the 10 directions, heaven domain. right now. There was such an existence sitting in front of them. Moreover, it was the most mysterious and powerful reincarnation body in history. Little guys, don't be surprised by this. Whooshing Crocodile spoke at this moment and revealed, other than reaching the third layer Emperor realm, this kid uprooted 4 top-notch inheritances in the 9th layer of heaven and slaughtered dozens of ancient itinerant emperor realms. This purple saber was obtained from one of these itinerant emperor realms. What? As soon as these words came out, Lu Wei and the others were shocked again. They couldn't help but shiver and widen their eyes. In a day, he destroyed 4 top-notch factions in the 9th layer of heaven and slaughtered dozens of itinerant emperor realms. What kind of concept was this? Putting aside the dozens of itinerant emperor realms, they all knew and read ancient records. The ancient records stated that there were 9 top-notch factions in the 9th layer of heaven. Every top-notch faction had an unparalleled expert who was at the 9th heaven of the emperor realm. Moreover, they also had other terrifying foundations. Every top-notch faction had been passed down for countless years. Such a massive faction was the true overlord of the 10 directions, heaven domain. Lin Tian actually destroyed 4 of such overlords in a day. Is this true? Lu Wei couldn't help but look at Lin Tian. It wasn't that he didn't believe Whooshing Crocodile's words, but it was just too shocking. Lin Tian nodded and said, "These powers have targeted and pursued me numerous times in the past. When my physique was exposed 5 years ago, the ancestors of these powers and the other ancient emperors had tried to seize my samsara quintessence by force. They just didn't die after that. Now that 5 years have passed and I have become an emperor, I went to settle the score with them." Lu Wei and the others all sucked in a breath of cold air. They were all dumbfounded. It was true. He destroyed 4 top-notch factions in the 9th layer of heaven and dozens of ancient emperors in a single day. It was only one day. Such combat strength was simply extremely heaven-defying. At this moment, looking at Lin Tian, Lu Wei, and the others were dumbfounded. They were all in a daze and couldn't say a word. Only after dozens of breaths had passed did the dozen of them regain their senses. By the way, there's another thing I want to tell you this time. When Lin Tian saw that Lu Wei and the others had calmed down, he spoke again. "I wish to resign from the position of the Ascension Sect Master. I hope everyone can agree to it." What? He wants to resign from the position of the Sect Master. Why? Lin Tian actually wanted to resign from the position of the Ascension Sect Master. This shocked Lu Wei and the others, and they all turned pale. Lin Tian nodded and explained to Lu Wei and the others. "It's like this. In the future, I want to establish a great sect on the 9th layer of heaven. At that time, it would be somewhat inappropriate for me to be the sect master of the Ascension sect." When he said this, Lu Wei and the others were shocked again. Lin Tian actually wanted to establish his own sect and create a new inheritance. This they were all shocked. Then they regained their senses and urged Lin Tian to stay, saying that Lin Tian could be the sect master of the Ascension sect, and it was fine. Lin Tian shook his head. Since he wanted to establish his own sect, it was impossible for him to be the sect master of the Ascension sect. This was not a good thing for the Ascension sect and him. Everyone, don't worry. Even if Lin Tian establishes his own sect, he will not forget this place. If there is a need in the future, I will do my best. He said. Lu Wei and the others wanted to urge him to stay, but seeing Lin Tian's firm attitude, they could only nod in the end. Many thanks for seniors' understanding. Lin Tian said with a smile. Next, he stayed in the Ascension sect for a few days and engraved new sect-protecting arrays for the Ascension sect. They were all Emperor rank killing arrays. After engraving many of them, he gave the key to activate the arrays to Lu Wei. These arrays were engraved by his reincarnation body at the 3rd heaven of the Emperor realm. Even if a 7th heaven of the Emperor realm intruded, they would definitely die. Time flew by, and another few days passed. On this day, he bid farewell to Lu Wei and the others and returned the jade ring that symbolized the Ascension sect master before leaving. After walking out of the Ascension sect, he tore open the Heaven Domain barrier and brought Yi Tong, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu to the second Heaven Domain. The second Heaven Domain was filled with mountains that flowed endlessly. However, compared to the first few Heaven Domains, it was slightly lacking. "Let's go to the Bai family," he said. He did not tear open the void door to advance. Instead, he stepped into the void with his emperor rank cultivation and soon arrived at the Bai family. Young master, please come in. Quick, inform the old ancestor and the supreme elders. Within the Bai family, exclamations sounded one after another. 5 years ago, the whole world knew that Lin Tian was a reincarnated physique, and the Bai family was no exception. At that time, other than Bai Ziki, who already knew about Lin Tian's physique, the rest of the Bai family were shocked, and they were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. One had to know that Lin Tian and the current princess of their family had a very clear relationship. They would definitely get married in the future. In other words, behind the Bai family stood the most mysterious and powerful reincarnation body in history. The most supreme physique among the 12 monarch physiques. The most powerful bloodline in the world. Great. Bai family's old ancestor, a few supreme elders, and the Bai family's patriarch walked out and personally welcomed him. 5 years ago, after knowing that Lin Tian was a reincarnation body, the Bai family's upper echelons were stunned for a few days. After that, they were excited for a few months. Their Bai family's future son-in-law was actually a legendary reincarnation body. This was like a dream. At this time, seeing that Lin Tian had returned, the Bai family's upper echelons were naturally excited and very enthusiastic. Greetings, seniors. Lin Tian was very polite and lowered his body. After all, according to seniority, these people were all seniors. He turned his head and saw Bai Ziki in purple. His body was naturally intertwined with the aura of thunder. His cultivation was already at the 5th level of Nirvana realm. His Tao power was very shocking, and there were probably not many people below the Emperor realm who could be his opponent. Bai Ziki was now at the 5th level of Nirvana realm, and naturally had the majesty of a thunder god. After more than 10 years, he saw Lin Tian again. At this time, he was also sizing up Lin Tian. However, after a while, he frowned and realized that he could not see through Lin Tian. Brother-in-law, stop looking. Your brother-in-law has already entered the Emperor realm. Chapter 1267. What? Hearing the Wuxing Crocodile's words, everyone in the Bai family was shocked. Even the usually calm Bai Ziki was shocked. Lin Tian had reached the Emperor realm. Is this true? The Bai family's old ancestors' eyes flickered as he looked at Lin Tian. The Bai family's patriarch and the Bai family's grand elders all looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded. It's true. As he spoke, he released a trace of Emperor's aura. Instantly, the Bai family's upper echelons trembled. Emperor's aura. He really reached the Emperor realm. Reincarnation body, Emperor realm. The Bai family's upper echelons trembled and couldn't control themselves. Now that Lin Tian had reached the Emperor realm, it meant that the Bai family had an Emperor realm expert behind them. Moreover, it was an Emperor realm reincarnation body. After this, the Bai family could sit back and relax for the next 100,000 years. They wouldn't have to fear any major faction. Great. The Bai family's patriarch murmured. Bai Ziki quickly calmed down. He looked at Lin Tian and said, "You're really something now." Just so. Lin Tian smiled. After that, he asked where Bai Qiu was. After entering the Bai family, he didn't see her. Bai Ziki glanced at him and said, "First heaven." Lin Tian instantly understood. She should be in the Valley of the Harp. That night, the Bai family arranged a banquet. Lin Tian stayed for the time being. The next day, he took some time to engrave the Bai family's defense killing array. It could kill a 7th heaven Emperor realm expert. At the same time, he took out 2 divine veins from the stone ring and placed them under the ground of the Bai family with the dragon burial scripture to strengthen and perfect the inheritance foundation of the Bai family. These 2 divine veins were obtained after destroying the 4 top forces of the desolate shrine in the 9th heaven. After they were placed under the ground of the Bai family, the aura of the Bai family skyrocketed, increasing by more than 100 times. This caused everyone in the Bai family to be shocked, and the high-level figures of the Bai family trembled with excitement. Such a rich aura foundation was of great significance to the cultivation of the Bai family's descendants and the growth of the Bai family. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. On this day, Lin Tian's a heavenly treasure. It's a mid-rank heavenly treasure, heavenly treasure. It's a mid-rank heavenly treasure, heavenly treasure, mid-rank heavenly treasure. Heavenly, heavenly, heavenly treasure. The Bai family's old ancestor and the others trembled with excitement. In the past few years, Baiziki with the thunder god physique had once again ascended to the upper heaven to gain experience. He returned to the Bai family more than a year ago and reached the 5th heaven of Nirvana realm. He brought back some powerful saint weapons, all of which were very powerful. However, compared to a mid-rank heavenly treasure, the gap was too big. With a mid-rank heavenly treasure, coupled with the emperor-level killing arrays engraved by Lin Tian, the Bai family could be said to be an immortal fortress. Even if a 7th heaven emperor realm powerhouse came to suppress them, they wouldn't have any scruples. The Bai family's old ancestor and several other big shots were very excited. They carefully put away the heavenly treasure furnace and then personally sent Lin Tian out of the Bai family. Seniors, I will take my leave first. Lin Tian bowed slightly to the Bai family's old ancestor and the others. He didn't neglect the proper etiquette just because his cultivation had reached the emperor realm. Then he looked at Baiziki and said, "Pighead, I will see you at the 9th heaven soon." He had already told Baiziki about his plan to establish a sect in the past 3 days. Baiziki would be there. Baiziki snorted. Obviously, he wasn't happy with being called Pighead, but he still nodded. "Brother-in-law, see you later." Wuxing Crocodile waved his hand. "See you, martial uncle." Yi Tong was very polite. She bowed to Baiziki. Little Taichu called out in a childish voice. It waved its little paw at Baiziki and the others. Immediately after, the group left the Bai family and went far away in a flash. When they were far away from the Bai family, Lin Tian tore open the heaven barrier and led Yi Tong, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu into it. In the next moment, they disappeared from the 2nd heaven and appeared outside a valley. Looking around, the valley looked a bit exquisite. There were palaces and pavilions in it, giving people an ethereal feeling. At the same time, there was a trace of majesty in the air. "I'm back." Looking at the valley, a smile appeared on Lin Tian's face. "This is the Valley of the Harp in the 1st heaven. Jiyu, Sushu, Baiqiu, Shui, and his sister Lin Shi are all cultivating here." He took a deep breath and led Yi Tong and the others into the Valley of the Harp. "Who is it?" As one of the 2 major forces in the 1st heaven, the Valley of the Harp is naturally guarded outside the valley. Seeing Lin Tian and the others approaching, they immediately stepped forward and asked. However, in the next moment, after seeing Lin Tian's appearance, several disciples guarding the Valley of the Harp trembled involuntarily, showing a look of surprise. "You are Brother Lin Tian." These female disciples are new disciples recruited by the Valley of the Harp in recent years. They haven't seen Lin Tian before, but this doesn't prevent them from knowing Lin Tian. For the Valley of the Harp, Lin Tian is a very special existence. Any female disciple who enters the Valley of the Harp will quickly know who Lin Tian is. Moreover, 5 years ago, after Lin Tian's reincarnation physique was exposed, everyone in the cultivation world is very clear about it. Very few people can't recognize Lin Tian. At this time, seeing Lin Tian appear outside the Valley of the Harp, these female disciples of the Valley of the Harp widened their eyes. Lin Tian had a smile on his face and appeared very polite. He nodded and said, "It's me." "It's really him." The female disciple's eyes widened a little. "Brother Lin Tian, please come in. I'll go and inform the other senior sisters." One of the female disciples said, trotting into the Valley of the Harp. Soon, the news of Lin Tian's arrival spread throughout the Valley of the Harp through the mouth of this female disciple. "What? Brother Lin Tian is back!" Quickly inform the other junior sisters. In an instant, the Valley of the Harp became lively, and many disciples of the Valley of the Harp all jumped out. At this time, Lin Tian entered the Valley of the Harp and was directly surrounded by a group of disciples of the Valley of the Harp. Their eyes were all very bright. "Brother Lin Tian is really back. Brother Lin, are you really a reincarnation physique?" "Brother, what's the 9th layer of heaven like?" The disciples of the Valley of the Harp were very enthusiastic, and not many of them were reserved. They surrounded Lin Tian and asked him all kinds of questions, most of which were about the reincarnation physique. When they first found out that Lin Tian was a reincarnation physique, these female disciples of the Valley of the Harp were very shocked. Lin Tian smiled and was very peaceful. While answering these female disciples' questions, he looked into the depths of the Valley of the Harp. "Brother." It was also at this time that a figure rushed over from a distance. It was a quick-witted girl, and she immediately clung to Lin Tian. After so many years, Lin she had completely grown up now. She was very beautiful, and her blood energy fluctuations were very strong. Hearing the news that Lin Tian was back, she was so excited that she rushed out as fast as she could. Xiaoxi, seeing Lin Shi again after so many years, Lin Tian was naturally happy. He looked at Lin Shi and found that Lin Shi's cultivation was not bad now. Like Yi Tong, she was at the 1st layer of nirvana. "Senior sister," Yi Tong called out. Lin Shi looked at Yi Tong. "You're back, little Yi." More than 10 years ago, after Yi Tong and Lin Tian separated, they went to the 1st heaven to visit. They stayed in the Valley of the Harp for a long time, so the two naturally knew each other. "Little girl from the Lin family, there's also this crocodile." Wuxing Crocodile spoke at this time. "Yeah." Little Taichu's big eyes were very bright, and it waved its little paw at Lin Shi. Lin Shi was very polite. She bowed to Wuxing Crocodile and little Taichu because they were all her brother's companions. Lin Tian. At the same time, 4 beautiful figures appeared from the distance. Some were quiet, some were lively, and each had its own beauty. Jiyu, Sushu, Baiqiu, and Shui walked out and soon came close, their eyes full of joy. Lin Tian's eyes were gentle as he called the names of the 4 women one by one. "I've missed you all these years," he said. They were all his life's concern. "So have we." Jiyu smiled lightly, looking very generous and not shy at all. "Yes, that's right." Baiqiu nodded. After guarding her mother's coffin for 3 years, she originally wanted to go to a higher heaven to follow in the footsteps of Lin Tian, but in the end, she decided not to. Instead, she came to the 1st heaven and cultivated in the Valley of the Harp with Jiyu and the others. "It's good that you're back," Sushu said. "We were very worried before." Shui said, 5 years ago, Lin Tian's reincarnation physique was exposed. They were shocked, but they were even more worried because, as cultivators, they knew very well that once the reincarnation physique was exposed, it would cause many dangers. Later, an old drunkard returned from the 9th heaven and specially came to the Valley of the Harp to inform them that Lin Tian was safe. Only then did they feel relieved. The 4 women stood together. Each of them was incomparably beautiful. More importantly, their cultivation bases weren't weak. In the past few years, they have worked hard to cultivate, and they have received personal guidance from an old drunkard several times. Their cultivation bases have been improving all the time. Now, they are all at the 3rd heavenly layer of nirvana. Their aura is amazing, adding a bit of charm to them. Lin Tian chuckled and chatted with the four women. Even though there were many female disciples in the Valley of the Harp here at this time, they still talked a lot in the blink of an eye. After all, they have been separated for more than 10 years. It wasn't until he and Ji Yu stopped talking for a while that Yi Tong stepped forward and bowed to the four women seriously. The four women smiled and nodded to Yi Tong. When Yi Tong first came to the Valley of the Harp, she was only about 7 years old. At that time, they all took little Yi Tong to cultivate. Bai Qiu looked at Lin Tian at this time, her eyes moving up and down with a trace of suspicion. By the way, what is your current cultivation base? I can't see through you at all. Next to her, Ji Yu, Su Shu, and Shui Yi were also very curious. Their cultivation bases aren't weak now, but like Bai Qiu, they can't see through Lin Tian. I can't see through him either. Lin, she also opened her mouth and asked Lin Tiandao, Brother, to what extent have you cultivated? For a time, except for Yi Tong, Wishing Crocodile, and little Tai Chu, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Tian. Well, the third heavenly layer of the Emperor realm. Lin Tian didn't hide it. Chapter 1268. Just like the people of the Bai family in the second heaven, Bai Qiu, Ji Yu, and the others were all shocked upon hearing Lin Tian's words. All of them showed a shocked expression. Lin Tian has already stepped into the Emperor realm. Third heaven of the Emperor realm. This, no. It can't be right. That kind of height, that's... The ordinary disciples of the Valley of the Harp trembled in fear. For these ordinary disciples of the Valley of the Harp, the existence of the Emperor realm was like a legend, a high and mighty existence that stood at the top of the pyramid of the 10 heavens domain. However, at this time, such a person was standing in front of them. Moreover, it was an Emperor realm reincarnation body. This made these female disciples feel that it was very unreal. You've only cultivated for a few decades, yet you've already reached such a height. You're even more monstrous than your master. You two are really from the same origin. Bai Qiu's eyes widened, and he couldn't help but tremble. So powerful. Shui Yi was shocked. Ji Yu, Su Shu, and even Lin, she were no exception. They had all seen an old drunkard and knew many things about an old drunkard. Reaching the Emperor realm at 100 years old was already beyond anyone in the past and present. However, they didn't expect Lin Tian to be even more monstrous. He had only cultivated for a few decades, yet he had already reached the Emperor realm. This kind of cultivation speed was really too terrifying. My luck is quite good. I've obtained many opportunities. Lin Tian smiled. He wasn't pretending to be modest, but it was the truth. His luck in these years was indeed a bit exaggerated. It could be said that if he felt that his luck was second, no one in the 10 heavens domain would dare to say that they were first. Lin Tian. At this time, another voice sounded. The Valley of the Harp's Valley Lord, Yu Wushuang, stepped on the void and walked over from afar. After more than a decade, Yu Wushuang's appearance was still the same as before. She didn't age, and she even looked younger. Senior. Lin Tian took a step forward and spoke from a distance, his expression respectful. He was indebted to Yu Wushuang, and she was also Ji Yu and Su Shu's teacher. Naturally, he wouldn't be rude to her. Valley Master, Senior Brother Lin, has reached the Emperor rank. A disciple of the Valley of the Harp shouted at Yu Wushuang. What? Yu Wushuang was so shocked that she staggered and almost fell from the sky. She was originally cultivating in seclusion, but when she heard that Lin Tian had returned, she temporarily stopped cultivating and walked out. Sure enough, she saw Lin Tian. However, he didn't expect to hear such a terrifying sentence as soon as he approached the place. Really? She landed and looked at Lin Tian. Really? Lin Tian nodded. Yu Wushuang was instantly stunned. It had only been more than a decade, and Lin Tian had already reached the Emperor rank. Thinking about it again, Lin Tian himself was the strongest reincarnation king physique. In this case, how terrifying would his combat strength be? The two of you, master and disciple, are both demon-level geniuses, and that little disciple of yours is also very impressive." She sighed. "Senior is also very powerful." Lin Tianandao, Yu Wushuang, couldn't help but roll her eyes. "After cultivating for so many years, I've only just reached the great Dao rank. Your disciple and Li Chongfeng's grand disciple have already surpassed me by a large margin. How is that powerful? Are you praising me or mocking me in a roundabout way?" Lin Tian immediately blushed with shame and said, "This I definitely don't mean to mock you." On the side, Jiyu and the others couldn't help but snicker. On this day, the Valley of the Harp was very lively. Lin Tian returned after more than a decade, and everyone in the Valley of the Harp welcomed him. "By the way, Shui, where's the black dragon?" Lin Tian asked Shui. He remembered that the black dragon was following Shui, but after returning here, he didn't see it. "Well, Jiao left the Valley of the Harp a few years ago and went to the upper heavens to train. I don't know where it is now," Shui said. Lin Tian nodded. "So that was the case. After a while, I'll go and find it," he said. The Valley of the Harp was full of fireworks that night, and it didn't quiet down until midnight. At midnight, after sending Jiyu, the four girls, and Lin Shi to their residence, Lin Tian left and brought Yi Tong, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu to a small building in the southeast. This place wouldn't disturb the female disciples of the Valley of the Harp. He had stayed in this place several times before when he came to the Valley of the Harp, so he was already familiar with this place. The night passed quickly. "Brother, you're out." In the early morning, Lin Shi, Jiyu, and the other girls came to the small building, and Lin Shi shouted. In fact, Lin Tian was going out with Yi Tong, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu to find Lin Shi and Jiyu. At this time, when he heard Lin Shi's voice, he couldn't help but smile and walked out in the blink of an eye. "I was just about to find you. I have something to give you," he said with a smile. "What is it?" The girls looked at him curiously. Lin Tian chuckled. With a thought, 8 balls of divine light floated out from his body. They were the 8 treasured weapons, intertwined with Emperor Qi. "This is—" Jiyu and the others were surprised. With just a glance, they could see that the 8 treasured weapons were extraordinary. They seemed to be able to easily suppress everything. Bai Qiu's eyes widened. Heavenly treasure. She was born in the Bai family of the second heaven. She has seen many ancient books, so her eyesight wasn't bad. "It's a heavenly treasure," Lin Tian said with a smile. Listening to his affirmative answer, Lin Shi, Jiyu, and the others were surprised again. Lin Tian had so many heavenly treasures. The 5 were shocked. One had to know that a heavenly treasure level weapon was something that most of the older generation emperors didn't have. Lin Tian chuckled. With a flick of his finger, one of the Yin-Yang treasured seals flew to Bai Qiu. It was the Yin-Yang treasured seal of the Yin-Yang sect, a peak heavenly treasure. Then, with a flick of his finger, the immortal Sword Island's emperor slaying sword flew to Lin Shi. The desolate shrine's soul subduing flag flew to Su Shu's side. The heavenly demon sect's demonic all flew to Shui's side, and Ryugen Daojuan's drifting cloud emperor's lamp flew to Ji Yu's side. These are all peak heavenly treasures. I have erased all the spiritual imprints on them and gave them to you to protect yourselves, he said, then continued, "Well, because they used to be the enemy's weapons, I have also erased the weapon souls inside. You can leave your own spiritual imprints on them, and they will slowly evolve into weapon souls in the future." Bai Qiu and the others were a little surprised, but at the same time, they were also a little surprised. "You just said that they were all the enemy's heavenly treasures. Doesn't that mean that the original owners of these heavenly treasures have already—" Ji Yu was very smart. From Lin Tian's words, he immediately thought of many things. Lin, Shi, and Su Shu naturally also thought of this, and they all looked at Lin Tian. "Well, they're all dead." Lin Tianyi smiled and didn't hide anything. 5 years ago, My physique was exposed, and the ancestors of 4 top forces in the 9th heaven went to fight for my reincarnation origin. At the same time, hundreds of ancient emperors also went to fight for it. At that time, Master arrived and killed most of the ancient emperors, but the rest didn't die. Not long ago, I reached the Emperor realm and went to those people one by one to settle the scores. I destroyed the 4 great forces and killed dozens of ancient emperors. These heavenly treasures were obtained from the 4 great forces and the dozens of ancient emperors. What? You destroyed the 4 great forces in the 9th heaven? Killed dozens of ancient emperors? The women were shocked. Lin Tian's combat power was so strong now. Not only did he reach the Emperor realm, but he also killed dozens of ancient emperors and destroyed the 4 great forces in the 9th heaven. What kind of concept was this? Don't be surprised. I also have the most powerful emperor physique. Since I reached the airborne realm, I have been struck by heavenly tribulation all the way until now. These sufferings weren't in vain. If my combat power wasn't strong enough, it would be a waste of the heavenly tribulation that struck me. Lin Tian smiled and said, "Well, that's true. After all, it's the legendary strongest physique." Bai Qiu said. Hearing her words, Lin Tian couldn't help but look at her and joked. "Speaking of which, girl, what did you say at the beginning? In the future, you will catch a reincarnated body and bring it home to plant flowers and grass, chop firewood, and carry water. Did I remember correctly?" Bai Qiu stared at him and suddenly widened her eyes. "Huh, you said such a thing?" Ji Yu and the others looked at her. Even Yi Tong, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu looked at her. "Not bad, Bai Qiu. You've been ambitious since you were young." Wuxing Crocodile wanted to laugh. Bai Qiu was suddenly embarrassed. She had the Tain physique. Because of the old saying that, once reincarnated, there would be no emperor physique in the world. She had never liked the legendary reincarnated body. When the reincarnated body was mentioned, her teeth itched. She always felt that she was despised by this strongest emperor physique that had never appeared before. Like other emperor physiques, she wanted to suppress a reincarnated body. Now that she thought about it, she felt extremely embarrassed. Back then, she told Lin Tian that her biggest goal was to catch a reincarnated body and bring it home to plant flowers and grass, chop firewood, and carry water. However, she didn't expect Lin Tian to be the legendary reincarnated body. I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter." Wuxing Crocodile couldn't hold it in the end. Ji Yu and the others also covered their mouths and snickered. This kind of thing was really interesting. Bai Qiu's face flushed red, and she was very embarrassed. Lin Tian smiled and pinched her nose. Now that he recalled Bai Qiu's expression when she said those words to him, it was really interesting. He retracted his hand and flicked his fingers again. The other 3 heavenly treasures beside him flew out. He refined the 7 ultimate demonic emperors' peak heavenly treasure, the bloody skull, and removed its evil aura. He handed it to Wuxing Crocodile, the extreme Yin Demon Lord's peak heavenly treasure, the extreme Yin Divine Saber, flew out and landed in front of little Taichu. At the same time, he reforged the fallen Yama Pagoda that he obtained in the sealed dust ancient region. It had turned into a medial grade heavenly treasure and flew to Yi Tong. "Master, what about you?" Yi Tong asked. "Don't worry. I still have other heavenly treasures." Lin Tian smiled. Chapter 1269. Lin Tiantan smiled. Back when he was in the sealed dust ancient region of the Netherworld race, he had obtained a few heavenly treasures. After that, he destroyed the desolate divine palace and 4 other top factions, as well as dozens of itinerant emperors. Throughout the process, he had obtained a few more heavenly treasures. Therefore, even though he had given away a lot of heavenly treasures, he still had a lot of heavenly treasures. Yi Tong and the others then imprinted their spiritual imprints on the heavenly treasures that Lin Tian had given away and stored them in their sea of consciousness. "Let's walk around. Lin Tian looked at Jiyu and the others. Sure. The girls nodded. She jumped over and hugged Lin Tian's arm happily. After being separated from her brother for so many years, she was very happy to see him again. The Valley of the Harp was neither big nor small. There were many pavilions and palaces, and the environment was quite good. The group didn't go out and just strolled around the Valley of the Harp. Senior brother Lin, junior sisters. Little Yi, I heard that you have reached the Nirvana realm. Which heaven realm are you at now? Senior brother Lin, the little guy on your shoulder, is so cute. Can I hug him? The group walked in the Valley of the Harp and was very eye-catching. A large group of female disciples in the Valley of the Harp surrounded them. Lin Tian smiled and was very calm. He took out some gifts and distributed them to the female disciples in the Valley of the Harp. They were all low-grade immortal artifacts. He had destroyed the lair of the 8th Lord of the Netherworld tribe, a few top inheritances including the Yin-Yang sect, and some other factions that he had annihilated previously. He now had close to 100,000 immortal weapons on him. Weapons of this level were nothing to him now. However, to the female disciples in the Valley of the Harp, it was undoubtedly a great treasure. Among these disciples, there were very few who had reached the Sea of Consciousness realm. Most of them were in the Divine Vein realm. It was very extravagant to have an immortal artifact at this level. Thank you, Senior Lin. The group of female disciples expressed their gratitude. They were all overjoyed. Then, like a swarm of bees, they rushed to study the immortal equipment that Lin Tian had given them. Little guy, do I have a present? A voice came from afar. Yu Wushuang walked out. As the Valley Master of the Valley of the Harp, Yu Wushuang is naturally very beautiful. In the first heaven, she was second only to the daughter of the great elder of the Burning Sun sect. Now that her cultivation base has reached the great Tao realm, her vitality has become even stronger. She seems to have become younger by several decades, radiating a kind of youthful vitality. She is even more beautiful and charming than before. Master. Jiyu and Sushu greeted each other. Valley Master. The disciples of the Valley of the Harp, who were preparing to leave, also stopped and saluted Yu Wushuang. Lin Tian looked at Yu Wushuang and said with a smile, Of course I won't forget you, Senior. As he spoke, a treasure light floated out from his body. It emitted strands of immortal light. It was a treasure seal. As soon as the treasure seal appeared, a vigorous emperor power intertwined in this place. Even the void was distorted. Such an aura immediately caused all the female disciples in the Guqin Valley to involuntarily look over. Then, all of them revealed a look of surprise. This is... Yu Wushuang was moved. This is the Immortal Subjugation Seal, a middle-grade heavenly treasure. Senior, please accept it. Lin Tiandao. He obtained this heavenly treasure in the sealed, dust ancient region. What? Heavenly treasure? The legendary heavenly treasure. It is said that many Emperor-level experts don't have such a treasure weapon. The female disciples of the Valley of the Harp were shocked. This is too precious. I can't accept it. Yu Wushuang shook her head. The value of a heavenly treasure was too high. It's fine. Senior, please accept it. I have other heavenly treasures here. Lin Tian said. Wuxing Crocodile said, J-Doll, don't worry. Before we came back, Lin Tian destroyed 4 top-notch inheritances in the 9th layer of heaven and killed dozens of ancient itinerant emperors. He has many treasures of this level. What? Yu Wushuang trembled in shock. Lin Tian destroyed 4 top-notch inheritances in the 9th layer of heaven? He killed dozens of ancient itinerant emperors. She stared at Xiang Lintian. This kind of news was really too shocking. They are all former enemies. Lin Tian smiled and said, This heavenly treasure can be used as the foundation of the Valley of the Harp. This. Yu Wushuang trembled. Under Lin Tian's persuasion, she kept the immortal subjugation seal. Thank you. The Valley of the Harp owes you too much, she said seriously. Lin Tian had given the Valley of the Harp too much time and time again. Lin Tian shook his head. Senior, what are you saying? You are little Yu and Sushu's teacher. They owe you for taking care of them all these years. Furthermore, Shui Yi and Bai Qiu have been cultivating here for more than 10 years. This is what I should do. As he spoke, he smiled faintly. Dragon patterns appeared under his feet and broke open the surface of the Valley of the Harp. Then he took out 2 divine veins from the stone ring and used the dragon burial scripture to place them under the Valley of the Harp. Instantly, the spirit chi in the Valley of the Harp surged. This is spirit chi. It's so powerful. The disciples of the Valley of the Harp were shocked. Yu Wushuang was shocked again. Compared to the ordinary disciples of the Valley of the Harp, she naturally felt it more deeply. At this time, she only felt that the spirit chi in the Valley of the Harp had become more than 100 times stronger in an instant, and it was still continuing to strengthen. Even Ji Yu and the others were shocked. These are 2 divine veins. Because they were just placed, they are not complete yet. The spirit chi has not increased by much. When the 2 divine veins are completely merged with the foundation under the Valley of the Harp, the spirit chi in the valley should be at least 1,000 times stronger. Lin Tiandao. As soon as these words were said, the people of the Valley of the Harp were shocked again. What? At least 1,000 times stronger? 1,000 times. Heavens! How much easier our cultivation in the future will be. Some of the ordinary female disciples could not help but tremble. It will definitely be 10 times smoother than now. Whooshing Crocodile said, You must know that even the top inheritances in the 8th heaven do not have a divine vein as the foundation. Even the top inheritances in the 10 directions, celestial domain, only have 3 divine veins as the foundation. As soon as these words were said, the disciples of the Valley of the Harp were even more shocked. The top forces in the 8th heaven did not have a divine vein as the foundation, and the top inheritances in the 9th heaven only had 3 divine veins as the foundation. Didn't this mean that the foundation of the Valley of the Harp was almost comparable to the top forces in the 9th heaven? Yu Wushuang was very excited. As the Valley Master of the Valley of the Harp, she hoped that the Valley of the Harp would become stronger and stronger. Now that Lin Tian had given the heavenly treasure and buried such a foundation for the Valley of the Harp, this would definitely make the Valley of the Harp's future extremely bright. How could she not be excited? Thank you. She was a little excited and only calmed down slightly after dozens of breaths. Ji Yu and Sushu also thanked him. They were also disciples of the Valley of the Harp and the Valley Master's personal disciples. Moreover, they were not stupid. They knew very well that Lin Tian had done so much for the Valley of the Harp, mainly because of their relationship. We're family, there's no need to thank me. Lin Tian smiled and said, I'll engrave some new sect-protecting arrays to guard the valley. As he spoke, strands of array runes intertwined with each other in an instant. All of them were surrounded by shocking, murderous intent. However, in the next moment, his expression suddenly changed as he revealed an expression of shock and stopped. He intertwined his divine thought and sensed that there were already powerful killing arrays around the Valley of the Harp. They were very powerful. He was a little surprised. The killing arrays hidden around the Valley of the Harp were too exquisite and powerful. Even with his 3rd sky of the Emperor Realm strength, he could not help but be touched. This killing array was definitely not inferior to the complete eternal killing array. Strands of dragon light intertwined in his eyes. He opened his divine eye of illusion breaker involuntarily and scanned the killing arrays around him. The aura of an old man. He was shocked. What's wrong? Ji Yu asked. Lin Tianyi smiled and said nothing. As he spoke, the dragon light in his eyes dispersed. He closed his divine eye of illusion breaker and dispersed the array runes that were about to be imprinted in the void. He looked at Yu Wushuang and asked, Master, did he engrave the sect-protecting array for the Valley of the Harp? The killing arrays around the Valley of the Harp had the aura of an old drunkard. He guessed that it was created by an old drunkard. Oh, there was such a thing. Yu Wushuang said. Lin Tian nodded. It was indeed so. This old man actually has a powerful array technique that is not inferior to the eternal killing array. He muttered to himself. After a pause, he looked at Yu Wushuang and said, Senior, I'll bring Xiao Yu and Su Shu to the Burning Sun sect. In fact, he originally planned to go to the Burning Sun sect today. In addition, after sensing the aura of an old drunkard, he directly asked Yu Wushuang to leave the Valley of the Harp and go to the Burning Sun sect. Okay, go ahead. Yu Wushuang said. Lin Tian nodded. He immediately led Lin, Shi, and Jiyu out of the Valley of the Harp and walked towards the Burning Sun sect. Of course, Yi Tong, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Tai Chu naturally followed along. Senior brother Lin, take care. The female disciples of the Valley of the Harp said, respectfully. Lin, Tian, Jiyu, and the others waved at these female disciples. Soon, they walked out of the Valley of the Harp and were very far away. This time, the group did not fly but walked on foot. The cultivation of this group was not low. The weakest of them was at the Nirvana realm. Even if they simply walked, their speed was far beyond that of ordinary people. It did not take long for them to reach the Burning Sun sect. As far as the eye could see, the Burning Sun sect was located on a large mountain. There were many palaces and pavilions on it, which looked very extraordinary. We're here. Lin Tian revealed a smile. This place was undoubtedly very important to him. It was truly a place like home. Let's go. He smiled and beckoned Jiyu and the others to walk forward. Soon, the group was really close to the Burning Sun sect. When they arrived at the foot of the Burning Sun sect, they immediately caused a commotion. Lin, is that senior brother Lin Tian? Chapter 1270. Just like the Valley of the Harp, the Burning Sun sect had also recruited many new disciples in recent years. At this time, the disciples guarding the foot of the mountain had never seen Lin Tian before. However, these people still knew about Lin Tian, and they knew him in detail. This was because Lin Tian was like an old drunkard back then. To the Burning Sun sect, he was a special existence. Lin Tian was very polite. With a smile on his face, he nodded to the Burning Sun sect disciples guarding the foot of the mountain and said, We're going up. Okay. Senior brother, please. Several disciples hurriedly said. At the same time, someone quickly ran towards the Burning Sun sect, informing the entire Burning Sun sect of Lin Tian's return. Immediately, the entire Burning Sun sect was in an uproar. What? Really? Senior brother Lin Tian is back. Quickly go and welcome him. Go and report to the elders and the sect leader. Someone has already gone to report. On the Burning Sun sect, the disciples of the Burning Sun sect were all excited. Even some deacons ran out. Lin Tian led Jiyu and the others to the Burning Sun sect. They didn't fly, but instead climbed the stone steps of the Burning Sun sect. Soon, not long after, he led the group to the top of the Burning Sun sect. On the Burning Sun sect, ancient trees were everywhere, and there were many wooden pavilions. The spiritual energy here wasn't too dense, but it wasn't weak either. Senior brother Lin, it's really senior brother Lin. The disciples of the Burning Sun sect swarmed over like a swarm of bees. Among these disciples, many were older than Lin Tian and entered the sect earlier than Lin Tian. However, they all called Lin Tian senior brother. This was a form of respect for Lin Tian. Senior brother Lin, are you really a reincarnated body? A disciple asked. These people, like the disciples of the Emergence Tao sect and the Valley of the Harp, were most concerned about this problem. This was because the physique of reincarnation was too extraordinary. It had already experienced countless legends, but it had never appeared before. 5 years ago, Lin Tian was rumored to have a reincarnated body. How could these disciples not care? Their eyes all lit up. Yes, Lin Tian smiled. He was very polite to the disciples of the Burning Sun sect. At the same time, he was also sizing up the Burning Sun sect. Dragon patterns were faintly flickering in his eyes. Not long after, his expression changed. Within the Burning Sun sect, there was also a protective array in the void that was similar to the one in the Valley of the Harp. It was incomparably powerful and terrifying. He had a feeling that once this protective array was fully activated, it could easily kill anyone who was infinitely close to the celestial venerable realm. At the same time, he swept his gaze towards the central hall of the Burning Sun sect. His expression changed again as he clearly felt the aura of a pinnacle, heavenly treasure. Yes, since the old man has returned to the Burning Sun sect, he will definitely engrave a killing array and forge a pinnacle heavenly treasure for the Burning Sun sect. Lin Tian muttered to himself. It was difficult to forge a heavenly treasure. However, with an old drunkard's strength, it would not be too difficult to forge a pinnacle heavenly treasure. Yo, kid! A voice sounded, and two figures appeared out of thin air. One was a middle-aged man in white, and the other was a woman in a green dress. Lin Tian. The woman in the green dress chuckled. The middle-aged man in white was an old drunkard. His expression was lazy, but he was very handsome. The woman in the green dress next to him was Qing Xian, an old drunkard's lover. As soon as the two of them appeared, the disciples of the Burning Sun sect hurriedly saluted. For the Burning Sun sect, an old drunkard's existence was almost a myth and legend. As the daughter of the Grand Elder and an old drunkard's lover, Qing Xian's status in the Burning Sun sect was naturally very high. An old drunkard waved his hand, indicating that the disciples of the Burning Sun sect did not need to be so formal. After that, he looked at Lin Tian. I'm back, old man. Lin Tian was very casual with an old drunkard, but he was very respectful to Qing Xian. He bowed seriously and saluted Master's wife. Master, Master's wife. Jiyu, Sushu by Qiu, and Shuai followed Lin Tian and saluted. Lin Shi and Yi Tong were no exception. They saluted an old drunkard and Qing Xian very respectfully. Good children, get up. Qing Xian said. She personally helped Lin Tian up and got Jiyu and the others to get up. She, an old drunkard, and Yu Wushuang were from the same generation. She looked very young, around 20 years old. Third level of the Emperor realm. Not bad. An old drunkard sized up Lin Tian. He had a lazy expression, as if he did not care about anything. At this moment he nodded. As soon as he said this, all the disciples of the Burning Sun sect were moved. Third level of the Emperor realm. This means Senior Brother Lin entered the Emperor realm. Many of the Burning Sun sect disciples were shocked. These disciples were all shocked. Lin Tian entered the Emperor realm. He entered the Emperor realm with a reincarnated body. This means that our Burning Sun sect has two emperors. That's great. These disciples were all excited. It was also at this moment that a few other figures walked out from the central hall of the Burning Sun sect. They were the supreme elders of the Burning Sun sect, the sect master of the Burning Sun sect, and a few elders of the Burning Sun sect. When they heard the news of Lin Tian's return, they immediately walked out. Subsequently, when they arrived, they heard that Lin Tian had reached the Emperor realm. All of them were shocked. Child, you've reached the Emperor realm? The supreme elder of the Burning Sun sect walked over. Many years ago, an old drunkard brought Qing Xian back from the resurrection. This old man was extremely excited. Subsequently, with the help of an old drunkard, this old man's cultivation had increased a lot. Now he had reached the great Tao realm. His essence, qi, and spirit were extremely powerful. Father, Qing Xian called out. An old drunkard's expression was still very lazy. He had always been like this as he stood by the side with a smile. Lin Tian didn't neglect him and quickly went forward to greet him. Ji Yu and the others also followed suit and greeted him. "Kid, you've really reached the Emperor realm?" Tu Bei asked with his eyes wide open. "Oh, I've reached the third heaven of the Emperor realm." Lin Tian smiled. Tu Meng was an elder of the Burning Sun sect. Currently, he was at the half-step Great Tao realm. Previously, he had blocked the killing sword for Lin Tian. Good. As expected of Changfeng's disciple. Tu Meng laughed. In terms of age, he was much older than an old drunkard. As he spoke, he grabbed Di Tong and asked, "Kid, what's your cultivation level now?" Back when Yi Tong returned to the first heaven, she went to the Valley of the Harp to visit Ji Yu and the others. Then, she naturally came to the Burning Sun sect to visit an old drunkard and the supreme elder of the Burning Sun sect. Everyone in the Burning Sun sect knew that Yi Tong was Lin Tian's disciple. That I'm far inferior to Grand Master and Master. I'm only... Yi Tong scratched her head and was a little embarrassed. I'm only at the Nirvana realm. Once she said this, Tu Meng's eyes widened. The Burning Sun sect master, the other elders, and the disciples were all moved. "Brat, you're already at the Nirvana realm at such a young age. You're actually embarrassed, and actually used the word talent to describe her." Tu Meng rolled his eyes. Lin Tian's disciple had already entered the Nirvana realm and was far superior to him. Good. The supreme elder of the Burning Sun sect said repeatedly. He was very happy. His cultivation wasn't high, but his disciple, an old drunkard, had already entered the Emperor realm. Now, an old drunkard's disciple, Lin Tian, had also entered the Emperor realm. Moreover, Lin Tian's disciple, Yi Tong, had already entered the Nirvana realm. The three of them were very tyrannical. He felt very proud. On this day, the Burning Sun sect was very lively. Bonfires were lit in many places. The entire sect was jubilant. It wasn't until nighttime that Qing Xian left with Lin Shi and Ji Yu. She personally arranged a place for the 5 women to stay. Lin Tian separated from the supreme elder of the Burning Sun sect and the others. She went to the back mountain with an old drunkard and sat down on a large rock. Of course, Yi Tong, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu were also there. Lin Tian and an old drunkard casually chatted. Yi Tong, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu joined in. The 3 people and 2 beasts chatted for the entire night. However, most of the topics were meaningless. The next day, the sky was slightly brighter. The morning sun appeared and scattered rays of sunlight. Many disciples of the Burning Sun sect walked out of their rooms, one by one, and began a new day of cultivation. "Old man, you added killing arrays and heavenly treasures to the sect. I'll add some other things." Lin Tian said to an old drunkard, "Do as you wish. I'll watch." An old drunkard appeared very lazy. Lin Tian got up and stood on the back mountain. Dragon patterns spread out from the soles of his feet and enveloped the entire Burning Sun sect in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, 9 small dragons flew out from the stone ring on his right hand. Like 9 lightning bolts, they flew into the Burning Sun sect. These were 9 divine veins. He obtained them from the destruction of the Temple of Antiquity, the Yin-Yang sect, and the other 3 great forces. After burying a few divine veins for the Bai family and the Valley of the Harp, there were still 9 left. At this time, he operated the dragon burial scripture and placed all 9 divine veins under the Burning Sun sect. In an instant, with a boom, the Burning Sun sect shook. Then endless spiritual energy soared into the sky and enveloped the entire Burning Sun sect. It was as if a terrifying spiritual spring had erupted under the Burning Sun sect. It was horrifying. Spiritual energy, so dense. What's going on? What's going on? The disciples of the Burning Sun sect were all shocked. Even the Grand Elder and Burning Sun sect master were alarmed. At this time, in the blink of an eye, the spiritual energy fluctuations in the burning sun sect became several hundred times stronger. I think I'm about to break through. Me too. Me too. Many burning sun sect disciples trembled. Then, in the next moment, booming sounds rang out continuously in the burning sun sect. In just a short moment, more than half of the disciples in the burning sun sect broke through to a new level. Some of them even broke through 3 small stages in their cultivation, greatly increasing their essence, energy, and spirit. Boom! Outside the central hall of the burning sun sect, a surge of Tao energy surged. Tu Bei stepped into the Great Tao realm from the half-step Great Tao realm. Tu Bei's eyes widened in surprise and joy. The dragon veins intertwined in the void, shining brightly. The burning sun sect master looked in the direction of the dragon veins and saw Lin Tian, whose body was covered in dragon veins. It's Lin Tian. The burning sun sect master's eyes lit up. It's really that kid. Tu Bei said. He had long guessed that such a huge change in the burning sun sect was caused by Lin Tian. At the same time, the other disciples of the burning sun sect discovered the dragon veins and looked in the direction of the sect's back mountain. Then everyone saw Lin Tian, who was covered in dragon veins, in the process of setting up his divine vein. It's senior brother Lin Tian. All the disciples were excited. Chapter 1271. The disciples of the burning sun sect looked at Lin Tian, who was settling down and stabilizing his divine veins on the back mountain. They were all excited. Now, even those with weak cultivation had noticed the huge changes in the burning sun sect. The concentration of spirit qi had increased by too much, allowing many disciples to reach new heights in an instant. This matter was too shocking. Great! The supreme elder of the burning sun sect stood in front of the burning sun sect's main hall. He looked at Lin Tian, who was at the back mountain of the burning sun sect, with eyes full of radiance. Now he had reached the great Tao realm and was full of spirit. However, at this moment his body was slightly trembling. This was completely caused by happiness and excitement. At the back mountain of the burning sun sect, Lin Tian's body was intertwined with the light of dragon patterns, which were firmly placed into the 9 divine veins under the burning sun sect. After dozens of breaths, he stopped circulating the dragon burial scripture. The 9 divine veins were completely integrated with the rest of the foundation under the burning sun sect. He glanced at the burning sun sect. The current burning sun sect was very rich in spirit qi. Among the major forces in the 10 directions heaven region, only the ethereal mountain was stronger than this place in terms of foundation. You are going to establish a sect in the future. What about the foundation? Do you have any extra divine veins? An old drunkard casually asked. Last night, Lin Tian had already told him about his preparations to establish a sect. I don't have any extra divine veins. Lin Tian shook his head and smiled. However, I still have other things to use as a foundation. Is that so? I will wait and see. An old drunkard smiled. I won't disappoint you, Lin Tian said confidently. An old drunkard gave him a slap. Show off! Lin Tian chuckled. He paused for a moment and looked at an old drunkard. Wisps of light intertwined in his eyes. Then, old man, let's make a deal. Now that I have entered the Emperor realm, why don't we have a spar? An old drunkard was his teacher and the person he respected the most in this world. It was because of this that he wanted to fight an old drunkard. Hearing this, Yi Tong and Wuxing Crocodile immediately perked up. Fight! Fight! Wuxing Crocodile shouted, obviously wanting to see the battle between Lin Tian and an old drunkard. An old drunkard was still lazy. He looked at Lin Tian and said, You want to fight? Yes. Lin Tian nodded. An old drunkard smiled lazily and rose into the sky. Then come. Lin Tian immediately rose into the sky and followed an old drunkard. Soon, the teacher and disciple arrived at the highest point in the sky above the burning sun sect. This, Senior Li and Senior Lin, what are they doing? Inside the burning sun sect. All the disciples saw this scene and were very curious. At the same time, the burning sun sect's grand elder, the burning sun sect leader, Tu Ming, and a few other elders had strange expressions. Even Lin Shi Jiyu and the others who were far away were puzzled and looked at the sky curiously. Brother, what are they doing? Lin, she looked up at the sky. They should be sparring. Qing Xian said. She looked at the sky with a light smile on her face. Jiyu, Shui, and the others were stunned. Jiyu said, boom! A boundless emperor's aura surged out, and the sound of wind and thunder shook the heaven and earth, directly interrupting Jiyu's words. Looking at the sky, Lin Tian's golden divine light rushed into the clouds. His majestic emperor's aura surged, and even his hair was dyed with a layer of gold. It was as if an immortal emperor had descended into the world. His aura was so strong that it was terrifying. When this aura was released, Lin Shi Jiyu and the other two girls were shocked. So strong. Although they already knew that Lin Tian had entered the emperor realm and overturned the 4 top-notch factions of the 9th layer of heaven and killed dozens of emperors, they could guess that Lin Tian was very powerful. However, at this moment, they were still shocked by the emperor's aura that Lin Tian emitted. This aura was too terrifying and seemed to be able to destroy everything. At the same time, the other people of the Burning Sun sect were also shocked. This, Senior Brother Lin, he, so terrifying. The Burning Sun sect's disciples trembled. In front of the Burning Sun sect's main hall, the Burning Sun sect's grand elder and the Burning Sun sect master were all shocked and trembling. Good boy, this aura is simply, Tu Li's lips were trembling. Boom! In the sky, rolling emperor's aura surged and shook the heaven and earth. Lin Tian's body was intertwined with divine light like an ancient god of war. His powerful emperor's aura surged and tore the 9th layer of heaven apart. Under this aura, if the Burning Sun sect didn't have the protection of a powerful array engraved by an old drunkard, it would have collapsed and turned into dust. Not bad. An old drunkard stood in the void and looked at Lin Tian as he gave such an evaluation. However, his expression was still lazy. Then I'm here. Lin Tian on Dao. Come. An old drunkard said with a smile. Lin Tian nodded. With a boom, the emperor's aura on his body soared several times, and the golden divine light shook the surroundings. His eyes were intertwined with a profound light. In the next moment, he moved. Like a beam of light, or as if he was teleporting, he appeared in front of an old drunkard in the blink of an eye. The primal Chaos Emperor's fist was vast and mighty as it bombarded an old drunkard. In an instant, the surrounding void collapsed and chaotic light overflowed. This terrifying scene terrified everyone. The Burning Sun sect's disciples trembled. This kind of power was too terrifying. Ordinary disciples like them had never seen such a thing before. In the eyes of these ordinary disciples, this was simply a fist that could destroy the world. In the sky, Lin Tian swung the primal Chaos Emperor's fist. In the blink of an eye, his fist arrived in front of an old drunkard, its might shaking the heavens. An old drunkard raised his right hand, stretched out his index finger, and pressed it directly against Lin Tian's fist. Lin Tian suddenly trembled violently, as if his emperor's body had been struck by lightning. This caused his eyes to immediately reveal a look of shock as he looked at an old drunkard in disbelief. He knew that an old drunkard was very, very powerful, so before he made his move, he had exuded a very tyrannical emperor's aura. Moreover, he had used the primal Chaos Emperor's fist right from the start and had already used 70% of his battle strength. But now, an old drunkard had casually blocked his attack with a single index finger and even caused him to suffer from the backlash of his fist. Continue. An old drunkard laughed. Lin Tian nodded, his expression becoming more serious. The Emperor's aura around his body rose again, and the golden divine light became even more intense. Boom! He continued to wave the primal Chaos Emperor's fist, and fist shadows came one after another, surrounding an old drunkard and launching a fierce attack. An old drunkard stood quietly on the spot, only using his index finger to block Lin Tian's primal Chaos Emperor's fist time and time again. Oh my God! In the back mountain of the Burning Sun sect, whooshing crocodiles' eyes widened. It was very clear how powerful Lin Tian was now. With the reincarnation body, he had reached the 3rd level of the Emperor realm, and his battle strength was unparalleled. But now, when Lin Tian swung the primal Chaos Emperor's fist, an old drunkard only used his index finger to block it again and again. Most importantly, it found that no matter how Lin Tian attacked, an old drunkard remained standing on the spot, not even moving an inch. Great! Grandmaster is so powerful. Yi Tong was also shocked. Previously, he saw how Lin Tian killed a few rogue emperors. He was so powerful that it made his heart palpitate. But now, when facing an old drunkard, his master was so passive that his terrifying primal Chaos Emperor's fist was useless. Lin Shi, Ji Yu, and the others were naturally shocked as well. Just now, just how terrifying was the aura around Lin Tian's body. It really was as if it could suppress everything between heaven and earth. Yet right now, the old drunkard stood in place, stopping everything with just a single finger. Dong! 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 In the sky, Lin Tian swung his fist, sending the primal Chaos Emperor's fist down again and again, shaking the entire area. Roar! Dragon roars and phoenix cries intertwined as a true dragon appeared and an immortal phoenix formed. It was majestic as though it was real. At this moment, the primal Chaos Emperor's fist had evolved into a divine form, and its power had reached its peak. But what shocked him was that an old drunkard still used his index finger to suppress and block everything. Again, an old drunkard laughed. Lin Tian nodded and became even more serious. He quickly circulated the Sun Heart Sutra and didn't hold back anymore. The divinatory divine art for symbol seal, high heaven sword scripture, dragon burial art, array Tao mystical art, alchemy ancient art, and many other great arts were used. Buzz! The void was shaking as various runes intertwined in the sky and various divine lights surged in all directions. 3 leaf clover sea, blood crevice, starry sky, moon, divine cry palace, sun ocean, and other divinatory divine images appeared in the sky. The silver 4 symbols Tao diagram was conjured 4 times. The golden high heaven sword radiance separated the sky. The ancient dragon burial art intertwined with dragon runes and array runes appeared. One after another, alchemy seals appeared, turning this place into a mythical battlefield. This, below the Burning Sun sect, all the disciples of the Burning Sun sect were trembling as they watched Lin Tian display many arts, intoxicated. This was because Lin Tian's arts were all extraordinary. Every one of them was a heavenly venerable level treasure art and was incomparably powerful. This kid, he actually mastered so many arts, it simply, Tuli was shocked. Not far away, Ji Yu and the others were naturally shocked as well. Lin Tian's aura was even more terrifying, and all kinds of arts were exquisite beyond compare, dazzling them. Boom! 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 Lin Tian displayed one divine art after another, surrounding an old drunkard and landing blow after blow. An old drunkard smiled faintly. He was still as lazy as before, only using his index finger to meet the attacks. He broke the many divine images, shattered the 4 symbol seal, broke the soaring heaven sword radiance, obliterated the 10 dragon patterns, crushed the dense array patterns, and shattered the pill seals. Moreover, during this process, Lin Tian was hit several times by the recoil force after the arts were shattered and was knocked back several times. Kid Lin has used at least 90% of his battle strength, but he's actually so weak. In the back mountain of the Burning Sun sect, Wuxing Crocodile's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Yeah, at this time little Taichu's eyes were wide open, obviously shocked by the scene. In the distance, Lin Shi, Jiyu, and the others were also dumbfounded, all of them shocked. They all knew that Lin Tian's master was extremely powerful and was known as a heaven's pride, but they didn't expect him to be this powerful. With a rumbling sound, the divine light in the sky covered the sky and suppressed everything. Lin Tian himself was the most shocked. He had used 90% of his battle prowess to launch divine arts after divine arts, so there was no need to doubt their might. However, all of them had actually been blocked by a single finger of the old drunkard's. This made him feel astounded. He gritted his teeth and circulated the Sun Heart Sutra even faster. The golden blood energy broke through the clouds and almost penetrated the starry sky. "Old man, I'm going to attack the monarch territory," he said to an old drunkard. Chapter 1272. With a serious expression, Lin Tian took a deep breath and circulated the Sun Heart Sutra rapidly. Golden divine light surged and almost dyed the entire sky above the burning sun sect golden. The terrifying aura made everyone's heart tremble. In the next moment, the void buzzed and a dazzling divine diagram rushed out from behind him. As soon as it appeared, it exuded a divine and sacred aura. It was like a sacred diagram that opened the sky, filled with majesty and vastness, as if it was even vaster than the starry sky. As soon as this diagram appeared, everyone was shocked. That is, the disciples of the Burning Sun sect shivered. The supreme elder of the Burning Sun sect, the sect leader of the Burning Sun sect, and the others were all shocked as they looked at the reincarnation diagram that Lin Tian held up. In another position in the distance, Lin Shi, Jiyu, and the others were naturally moved. Their cultivations were not weak, and they were all in the nirvana realm. Naturally, they could feel that this divine diagram was not ordinary, especially Bai Qiu, who was among them. She had seen Lin Tian use this divine diagram more than once. I didn't know what this was in the past and thought that it was an extremely powerful mystical ability of a sect. It turns out that it's his king's territory. Bai Qiu's eyes flickered with a strange light. Just now, she heard Lin Tian's voice. Lin Tian said that he was going to display his king's territory. King's territory, reincarnation diagram. She muttered to herself. Buzz! In the sky, divine light buzzed and a divine diagram appeared horizontally, emitting tens of thousands of rays of light. As soon as this diagram appeared, Lin Tian's aura rose again, like a volcano that suddenly erupted. It was incomparably powerful. "Old man, I'm coming," he said to an old drunkard. "Come." An old drunkard was very lazy. Lin Tian nodded. With a loud boom, he directly moved. At this moment, the reincarnation diagram suppressed heaven and earth, and the boundless emperor's pressure pressed down on an old drunkard. This was his monarch's region, and it could suppress everything. At this moment, he was displaying his emperor-level strength, and his might was shocking. An old drunkard raised his hand. It was still a single finger, and he slowly pressed it forward. Crack! The sound of shattering ceramic rang out. The void trembled slightly, and cracks appeared one after another. Lin Tian's reincarnation diagram immediately froze, unable to be suppressed any further. Moreover, it was trembling, as if it was about to break apart at any moment. Bang! An old drunkard tapped lightly with his index finger, and a ripple spread out, directly knocking away the reincarnation diagram and causing Lin Tian to stagger backward. This scene was somewhat frightening, causing everyone in the Burning Sun sect to widen their eyes. Brat Lin's reincarnation map was so easily. That brat is now in the Emperor realm. At the back of the mountain, Wuxing Crocodile opened its mouth wide. Yi Tong also widened her eyes, completely stunned. At the same time, Lin Shi, Jiyu, and the others were all astonished. They had a deep impression of how terrifying Lin Tian's reincarnation diagram was. The might and vastness was simply like a sacred diagram that could seal the heavens, as if it could support and suppress everything. They were all trembling in fear. However, such a powerful divine diagram was still easily shaken off by an old drunkard's index finger. This caused their hearts to palpitate. An old drunkard's strength was beyond their imagination. Only Qing Xian seemed very calm, with a slight smile on her face. In the sky above the burning sun sect, Lin Tian was shocked. The reincarnation diagram was his king's domain, and he had already activated it with his peak combat power. However, just like before, the old drunkard blocked it with a single finger. In fact, he didn't even feel the slightest fluctuation of divine power outside the old drunkard's body. It was as if the old drunkard had blocked everything with his physical body. Brat, don't be in a daze. This isn't your strongest battle strength. Continue, an old drunkard said. Lin Tian put away his surprise, took a deep breath, and nodded seriously. All right. The Sun Heart Sutra quickly circulated like boiling magma, and the reincarnation diagram was once again supported by him. Then he raised his hand and formed a seal. Wisps of Tao light rushed out of his body, flickering with brilliance. They seemed hazy, but they were unimaginably vast. As soon as this Tao light appeared, the ordinary disciples in the Burning Sun sect only felt that it was very powerful. However, the Burning Sun sect Supreme Elder, the Burning Sun sect Master, Tu Ming, and the others who had reached the great Tao realm and above all revealed looks of surprise. This is the fluctuation of Tao. That's right, it's the fluctuation of Tao laws. However, this fluctuation of Tao laws I can't sense it. What Tao is this? The Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun sect, the Burning Sun sect Master, and Tu Ming were shocked. Now that they were at the Great Tao realm, they were very familiar with the 3,000 Great Tao and understood a lot. However, they couldn't understand the Tao that Lin Tian was currently displaying. Yi Tong, who was at the back mountain of the Burning Sun sect, also revealed a puzzled expression. Even though she had reached the Nirvana realm, she couldn't recognize this Tao. At the same time, in the distance, Lin, Shi, Jiyu, and the others were also at a loss. Brother, this is the fluctuation of Tao laws. However, what Tao is this? Why can't I understand it? I don't understand either. The girls were curious. Bai Qiu said, I've seen him display this Tao a few times in the past. It's very terrifying. Back then, because of this Tao, he even attracted a heavenly tribulation. However, no one knows this Tao. Even he can't explain it clearly. He doesn't know it himself. Jiyu and the others were even more surprised. What kind of person would not even know what kind of great Tao they had comprehended after comprehending it? Although it is very strange, it is indeed so. Moreover, ever since he comprehended this kind of Tao, even the innate Tao source, a divine object with powerful Tao laws condensed from the 3,000 great Taos, was repelled, as if it was repelling trash. Bai Qiu said, Ji Yu, Su Shu, and the others were even more surprised. The connate Tao source was a divine object that cultivators yearned for even in their dreams. It could cleanse their great Tao and make their great Tao law stronger. Moreover, it was beneficial for their future comprehension and improvement of the great Tao. Its miraculous effects were amazing. However, the great Tao laws in Lin Tian's body rejected the connate Tao source, as if it was rejecting impurities. They were all surprised and curious. Then they turned their heads and asked Qing Xian if she knew about Lin Tian's great Tao. I don't know either. Qing Xian shook her head. She was also very puzzled. She couldn't tell what Tao Lin Tian was displaying. She could only feel an unimaginable vastness. It was as if it could envelop the 3,000 major worlds and envelop everything in the world. Buzz! In the sky, the Tao light outside Lin Tian's body was hazy and dazzling. It was boundless and boundless. An old drunkard narrowed his eyes slightly when this Tao light appeared. He clearly felt that this Tao light was extraordinary. However, he regained his composure in the next moment. Buzz! The Tao light outside Lin Tian's body became even denser. Then it surged and quickly gathered in the reincarnation diagram that he had propped up. In an instant, there was a loud boom and an extremely powerful divine power surged out. It was intertwined with sacredness, majesty, vastness, and sharpness, spinning out wisps of powerful divine power. As soon as this Tao diagram appeared, everyone in the Burning Sun sect was shocked again. Its power was much stronger than that of the reincarnation diagram just now. Not bad. An old drunkard nodded in approval. This is my strongest move now. It's the fusion of the Great Tao and the King's territory, the Great Tao reincarnation diagram. And then Lin Tian said and slowly closed his eyes. Immediately afterwards, in the next moment, he opened his eyes again, but his eyes had changed. There were wisps of dragon patterns in his eyes, forming a dragon pattern ring in each of his eyes. They rotated slowly, as if they could see through everything in the world. At this moment, after summoning the Great Tao reincarnation diagram, he opened his delusion breaker divine eyes and truly raised his combat power to the peak. At this moment, he was truly in his strongest state. That is. Senior Brother Lin's eyes, how? The disciples of the Burning Sun sect were shocked, and all of them turned pale. They stood in the Burning Sun sect and looked at the sky from a distance. Just one look at Lin Tian's eyes made them feel cold all over, and they couldn't help but tremble. Some of them even looked away, not daring to look at Lin Tian's eyes at this moment. It was as if their souls would shatter if they looked at him again. Even the Supreme Elder of the Burning Sun sect and the sect leader of the Burning Sun sect felt their hearts palpitate. Their souls and their sea of consciousness couldn't help but shake, and there was a tingling sensation. They felt as if they had become transparent under this pair of eyes and couldn't hide anything. In the distance, Lin, Shi, Jiu, and the others were naturally shocked. It was the first time they saw Lin Tian's eyes like this. These eyes are... Bai Qiu was surprised. I've never seen them before. She and Lin Tian had trained together for a long time in the upper celestial domain. She had seen Lin Tian's reincarnation diagram of the monarch domain, Lin Tian's Great Tao, and Lin Tian's reincarnation diagram of the Great Tao, but she had never seen these eyes before. At this moment, she only felt a wave of shock. Even Qing Xian had a strange expression. She was obviously shocked by Lin Tian's eyes. Boom! In the sky, divine power surged. After Lin Tian opened his divine eyes of illusion breaker, the reincarnation diagram of the Great Tao became stronger in an instant. An old drunkard looked at Lin Tian's eyes at this moment and narrowed them again. A faint light flashed in his eyes. Not bad eyes, he said. In Lin Tian's eyes, the dragon pattern ring spun, and the light of the dragon pattern became stronger. This is my true peak battle strength now, he said to an old drunkard. An old drunkard smiled faintly. Just like when Lin Tian used the reincarnation diagram, he only said 3 words, "Attack me." Lin Tian nodded. The light of the dragon pattern intertwined with the divine eyes of illusion breaker. The reincarnation diagram of the Great Tao exploded, seeing through everything and suppressing all directions. With a boom, the reincarnation diagram of the Great Tao with the help of the divine eyes of illusion breaker appeared in a blind spot of an old drunkard in the blink of an eye. The reincarnation diagram of the Great Tao blasted out from this blind spot. The powerful divine power pressed down with a suppressive force. However, in the next moment he was moved. An old drunkard seemed to have an invisible barrier outside his body. His strongest reincarnation diagram of the Great Tao pressed down about 3 inches outside of an old drunkard's body, but it couldn't go any further. There was an invisible force blocking the diagram. He was shocked. This invisible force felt like the aura that an old drunkard naturally emitted. Very good. The old drunkard opened his mouth and praised him again. He flicked out a ray of sword chi with his finger. Chapter 1273. The great Tao reincarnation diagram shattered, and Lin Tian was sent flying. He only managed to stabilize himself a few dozen meters away. Instantly, everyone in the Burning Sun sect was shocked. This whooshing crocodile was dumbfounded. Lin Tian had opened his divine eyes of illusion breaker and used his strongest great Tao reincarnation diagram, but he was still defeated in such a manner. An old drunkard had only flicked his finger. That's abnormal. No matter what, that kid is still a reincarnation body of a third heaven emperor. He's invincible under the heavenly venerable rank. Its heart palpitated. Grandmaster is so strong. Yi Tong was shocked. In the Burning Sun sect, all the Burning Sun sect disciples were shocked. The Burning Sun sect's grand elders were shocked. Lin Shi, Jiyu, and the others were also shocked. An old drunkard's strength was too terrifying. During the entire process, he had only used his index finger to firmly suppress Lin Tian. In the sky, Lin Tian was the most shocked. He knew that an old drunkard was very strong, and he didn't even think that he could defeat an old drunkard. He only thought that although he couldn't defeat an old drunkard now, it shouldn't be a problem for him to exchange a few hundred moves. However, when the real battle ended, he was shocked. An old drunkard didn't reveal a trace of divine power. He didn't even move his feet. Just a single finger was enough to make him breathless. Old man, what level are you now? Have you entered the heavenly venerable realm? He looked at an old drunkard. An old drunkard smiled lazily. Guess? Lin Tian. He looked at an old drunkard, and his eyes flashed. Why don't you attack as well? Throughout the entire process, an old drunkard had only been blocking his attacks from beginning to end. He wanted to see an old drunkard's attacks and receive an old drunkard's attacks. An old drunkard still looked lazy. He paused for a moment and said, "Okay." Lin Tian immediately became solemn. He concentrated on the Sun Heart Sutra to the limit. The dragon pattern light in his eyes of destruction became even brighter as he paid close attention to an old drunkard. "I'm ready," he said. An old drunkard nodded and grinned. In the next moment, Lin Tianyi trembled. An old drunkard's body emitted a faint light, and a wisp of aura leaked out. This wisp of aura was very small. It was obvious that an old drunkard was just casually emitting a bit of pressure, but even so, it made his hair stand on end. He felt as if the world was spinning. Chi. The golden divine light outside his body was extinguished. He was pressed down from the sky and smashed into the ground with a bang. The entire Burning Sun sect shook violently. A 3-meter large crater was created, and shattered sand and rocks flew everywhere. This scene shocked everyone again, especially Lin Shi, Jiyu, and the others. Previously, they had heard of Lin Tian's many accomplishments. He single-handedly destroyed 4 top-notch factions of the 9th layer of heaven and killed dozens of ancient rogue cultivator emperors. His strength was boundless, but now he actually fell into such a sorry state in the hands of an old drunkard. The air shook slightly as old drunkard silently disappeared from the sky. In the next moment, he appeared beside Lin Tian, who had fallen onto the ground. He squatted down and looked at Lin Tian, who was in the crater. "Kid, how do you feel?" He laughed. Lin Tian grimaced. His entire body was in pain. "All my bones are broken." He suddenly felt that he was a bit stupid. He was completely looking for a beating. An old drunkard laughed. A divine light rushed out of his body and entered Lin Tian's body. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian was restored to his original state. Lin Tian stood up from the crater. He took a deep breath and moved his limbs. "Old man, what level of heavenly venerable are you?" he asked an old drunkard. He was certain that an old drunkard had reached the heavenly venerable level, and he definitely wasn't a first stage heavenly venerable. With his current strength, a first stage heavenly venerable couldn't cause him to be in such a sorry state. He couldn't resist at all. "Why don't you guess?" An old drunkard said, "Lin Tian." An old drunkard laughed and hooked his arm around Lin Tian's neck. "Accompany me for a drink." In the blink of an eye, the master and disciple disappeared from the Burning Sun sect and went to the back mountain of the Burning Sun sect. "The freak is here. Grandmaster is so powerful. Yeah." The voices of Wuxing Crocodile, Yi Tong, and Little Taichu came from the back mountain. In the Burning Sun sect, the disciples were stunned. Then, their eyes intertwined with a bright light. "Senior Eternal Wind, so powerful. Senior Brother Lin is also so powerful. That kind of aura is simply. Our sect has 2 invincible existences in the 10 directions heaven domain. Who dares to provoke us?" The disciples of the Burning Sun sect were excited. An old drunkard's strength didn't need to be said. He was like an ancient god in the legends. As for Lin Tian, although he was easily suppressed by an old drunkard, his strength could be seen by these people. He definitely had the disposition to look down on the 10 directions heaven domain. With such an invincible pair of master and disciple, the Burning Sun sect could really look down on the entire 10 directions heaven domain. At the same time, these people's eyes were filled with other colors. The various divine techniques that Lin Tian displayed just now were too exquisite. Although these ordinary disciples couldn't comprehend the essence or even the surface of it with their cultivation base, watching Lin Tian display all kinds of divine techniques, these disciples were greatly moved. "I feel like I'm going to break through again. I'm going to seclude myself for a few days." "Me too. Me too." Voices sounded one after another. Soon, many Burning Sun sect disciples returned to their residences. Wonderful, wonderful. In front of the Burning Sun sect's main hall, Tu Miao's eyes were filled with excitement. Everyone in the Burning Sun sect watched Lin Tian display all kinds of divine techniques. Even some of the ordinary disciples were enlightened, let alone Tu Miao, an existence in the great virtue realm. At this time, he also comprehended many things. Although it was a little hazy, it was very enlightening for him. "I'm going to seclude myself." Old Tu, instruct the disciples to fill up the hole that Lin Tian smashed. The Burning Sun sect master said. He also had a great harvest and couldn't wait to go into seclusion to comprehend. You, fill up that big hole over there. Fill it up." Tu Miao pointed at several Burning Sun sect disciples and shouted. Then he ran away like a wisp of smoke. Obviously, he also wanted to go into seclusion immediately. For people at their level, watching an emperor-level expert display divine techniques at close range was very meaningful. After this, even the Burning Sun sect's Grand Elder and several other elders left quickly. Obviously, they had comprehended something. In the distance, Lin, Shi, Jiu, and the others were still in a daze. Until now, they were still immersed in the exchange between Lin Tian and an old drunkard. "Let's go. I'll show you around." Qing Xian smiled at them. Jiu and the others came back to their senses and hurriedly followed Qing Xian to the other side of the Burning Sun sect. Then, the Burning Sun sect became quieter. Time passed very quickly. Lin Tian brought Lin Shi, Jiu, and the others to the Burning Sun sect. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. On this day, Lin Tian and an old drunkard temporarily bid farewell. He was preparing to leave the Burning Sun sect and go to Beiyan country to take a look. This was because Ji Yu's grandfather Ji Yuanshan and Su Shu's master Muqing were both in Beiyan country. Now that he had returned to the first heaven, he naturally had to go back and visit them. At the same time, he also had some old friends in Beiyan country, such as Xian Chengyun, Xingyao, and Zhu Yi. After so many years, he also wanted to see these people. After visiting your elders and old friends, come back here and cultivate with me. An old drunkard said. Okay, Lin Tian nodded. Being able to cultivate with an old drunkard was naturally what he wanted. After that, he left the Burning Sun sect with Lin, Shi, Jiyu, and the others. Of course, Yi Tong, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Tai Chu naturally followed along. After walking down from the Burning Sun sect, they did not fly, but walked towards Beiyan country. It has been more than 10 years in a flash. I wonder how old General Elder Mu and Elder Sherdong are doing. And Zhu Yi and Xian Chengyan, I wonder how they are doing, he said with a smile. Don't worry, they're not bad, Sushu said. The group walked on foot, looking at the scenery along the way. After walking for about half a month, they entered Beiyan Imperial City. Beiyan Imperial City was huge as far as the eye could see. The city walls were tall and majestic, showing the aura of a king. I haven't been here for more than 10 years. Lin Tian stood outside the city and said. He paused outside the city and walked into the city on foot. There were many streets in Beiyan Imperial City. Many peddlers were hawking and selling all kinds of things on each street. There were many people coming and going in the city. Among them were ordinary mortals and cultivators. However, most of them were in the body refining realm. There were very few in the divine pulse realm. Although he had not been here for more than 10 years, Lin Tian was very familiar with every street in Beiyan Imperial City. He walked along a street and walked towards the Imperial General's mansion. Now that he and Jiyu had returned to the Imperial City, the first person they wanted to visit was naturally the old General Ji Yuanshan. Why does that person look so familiar? He looks very familiar. I also find him familiar. Who is he? At this moment, many people on both sides of the street were looking at Lin Tian, and many of them were whispering to each other. An old cultivator in the divine pulse realm frowned and pondered. He looked at Lin Tian and then looked at the center of the Imperial City. There was a huge statue of a young man. Then his expression changed, and he could not help but tremble. The man's lips trembled. Lin Tian's appearance was exactly the same as the statue of the Eternal Emperor in the center of the Imperial City. On the side, when the others heard this old cultivator's voice, they immediately widened their eyes and looked towards the stone statue at the center of the Imperial City. Then, their gazes landed on Lin Tian. All of them paled and couldn't help but tremble. Not long after this, everyone in this place and the surrounding streets discovered that something was amiss. All of them looked towards the statue in the middle of the Imperial City and compared it to Lin Tian, after which all of their expressions underwent a drastic change. It's really the same. It's that person. It can't be. We saw the legendary person. These people were shocked. More than 10 years ago, the Emperor of the Northern Flame Country, Zhu Yi, with the help of the immortal sword left by Lin Tian, unified the other empires and ended all the wars. After that, he ordered that Lin Tian's statue be built in every big city and engraved with the words Eternal Emperor, Lin Tian. He personally announced to the world that the Eternal Emperor's status in the Northern Flame Country was much higher than that of the Northern Flame Country's emperor and the Northern Flame royal family. He was the supreme emperor of the Northern Flame Country, and everyone in the country knew that. Now that Lin Tian's real body entered the Northern Flame Imperial City and was found to be exactly the same as that statue, they were shocked. Chapter 1274. On the streets of the Northern Flame Imperial City, everyone was stunned as they stared at Lin Tian. It's him. That's right. It's him. I saw him when I was cultivating in the Northern Flame Imperial Academy. He's the Eternal Emperor statue erected by the Northern Flame Emperor. It's said that he's a friend of the Northern Flame Emperor. He's related to the Northern Flame Emperor. Someone looked at Lin Tian and couldn't help but exclaim. Then his gaze landed on Jiyu and his expression changed. Beside him is old General Ji's granddaughter, Miss Jiyu. As the person spoke, many people were shocked. They looked at Lin Tian and then at Ji Yu. That's right, it's really Miss Ji. This. With Miss Ji Yu by his side, it's definitely him. It's definitely Lin Tian. I heard that back then. That person charged into the Northern Flame Imperial Palace and crippled the emperor of that generation for Miss Ji Yu. It's really that Lin Tian? The eternal emperor statue of the Northern Flame Empire. On the streets, everyone was stunned. In the next moment, everyone trembled and knelt down at the side. Greetings to the Imperial Emperor. Greetings to the Imperial Emperor. Greetings to the Imperial Emperor. A large number of people instantly knelt down and bowed towards Lin Tianxing. Their voices rose and fell, and their faces were filled with endless respect. One had to know that the current emperor of the Northern Flame Empire had announced to the world that the eternal emperor Lin Tian's status was much higher than that of the Northern Flame Emperor and the Northern Flame Imperial family. Now that they saw Lin Tian, how could they not pay their respects? In the middle of the street, Lin Tian stopped in his tracks and sweated. In fact, he had already heard the people talking about him. However, he didn't care. He walked silently towards the general's residence. He couldn't help but quicken his pace so that he could reach the general's residence as soon as possible. However, what he didn't expect was that, in this place, these people would actually swarm and kowtow to him. Lord Imperial Emperor, shouldn't you rise? Ji Yu teased him. Lin Tian, please get up. We have something to do, so we'll be leaving first. He grunted in reply. In the next instant, a burst of emperor light enveloped Lin Shi, Ji Yu, and the others, and they disappeared from the spot. In an instant, everyone lost sight of Lin Tianyi and the others. No, it's gone. He was clearly here just a moment ago. What's going on? What happened? In this place, many people were confused, their eyes wide open. A cultivator at the peak of the divine range realm opened his mouth. His eyes were filled with awe as he said, I heard that the eternal king ancestor of our Northern Flame country has a great divine skill. He can fly in the air and can flatten the sea. He must have used the greater teleportation technique just now. Yes. I've also heard of such rumors. Someone agreed. This caused the crowd to be even more astonished. This is really, in short, very, very powerful. No wonder the king of Northern Flame has erected statues of the eternal king in every major city. It seems like the king of Northern Flame's ability to unify so many empires has a lot to do with him. He's too powerful. The crowd was in a heated discussion. In this place, no one knew how Lin Tian moved the others. No one could understand it, but it was precisely because of this that these people felt that he was very powerful. In these people's eyes, his means were like that of a god. Lin Tian led Lin Shi, Ji Yu, and the others away from the center of the street. At this time, they directly appeared in the general's mansion. This caused some of the servants in the general's residence to be extremely shocked. They only calmed down after they recognized Ji Yu. A servant went to report the news of Ji Yu, Lin Tian, and the others returned to Ji Yuanshan. Then Ji Yuanshan quickly walked out. When he saw Lin Tian, Ji Yu, and the others, his resolute old face was filled with joy and excitement. He repeatedly said hello. Long time no see, old general. Your body is getting better and better. Lin Tian looked at Ji Yuanshan and said with a smile. Ji Yuanshan was loyal to the country. He had fought on the battlefield all his life and protected the safety of the people of Northern Flame countless times. He respected him very much. After more than 10 years, when he saw Ji Yuanshan again, he found that Ji Yuanshan's essence, qi, and spirit were much stronger than before. They could not be mentioned in the same breath. His cultivation had reached the connecting immortal realm. It's all thanks to Xiao Yu and the others. Ji Yuanshan smiled. During these years, Ji Yu would come back to visit Ji Yuanshan every 1 or 2 years. Lin Shi, Su Shu, and the others also followed along. Because of their relationship with Lin Tian, they didn't lack anything. cultivation methods, spirit crystals, pills, and other things. Each time they returned, they would bring back many things for Ji Yuanshan. With the help of these treasures, together with Ji Yuanshan being a military general and cultivator himself, his cultivation naturally increased as well. Now he was at the third heaven of a mortal connecting realm, his blood energy much greater than before. On this day, the servants of the general's mansion were busy holding a banquet to celebrate the return of Lin Tian and Jiu. Lin Tian. Not long after the banquet started, an excited voice sounded outside the general's mansion. When the king of Northern Flame, Zhu Yi, heard the rumor that Lin Tian had appeared in the imperial city, he was shocked. He put down all the important matters in his hands and thought for a moment before rushing to the general's mansion. He guessed that if Lin Tian really returned, he would definitely come to the general's mansion as soon as possible. And in fact, he guessed right. He's really back. Zhu Yi was very excited to see Lin Tian in the general's mansion. I just arrived and was going to see you later. I didn't expect you to come by yourself. Lin Tian said with a smile. At this time, there were other noises outside the general's mansion. When Xing Yao and Xing Qingyin heard the news of Lin Tian's return, they rushed to the general's mansion like Zhu Yi. It's been more than 10 years since we last met. I'm very happy to see you all in such good spirits. Lin Tian said with a smile. With just a glance, he found that Zhu Yi and the others' cultivation was not ordinary. Zhu Yi was at the 9th heaven of connecting a mortal realm. Xing Yao was at the 9th heaven of connecting a mortal realm, and Xing Qingyin was at the 7th heaven of connecting a mortal realm. Moreover, they all had the aura of the cultivation methods of the Golden Flames Taoist sect. This was enough for him to guess that Ji Yu and the others must have known that these people were his friends, so they had given them cultivation methods after the immortal ascension realm, some divine abilities, secret arts, spirit pills, immortal medicines, and other treasures. At this time, he finally understood what Sushu meant when she said, "Don't worry, it won't be bad." On the way back to Beiyan country, she had been taking care of these old friends of his. That night, the general's mansion was brightly lit and bustling, and it lasted until the next morning. Next, Lin Tian stayed in Beiyan Imperial City for a long time. During this time, he gave Zhu Yi, Xing Yao, and Xian Chenyin each a low-grade sacred weapon. At the same time, he gave each of them a Nirvana-level ancient cultivation scripture, which made them very happy. It was the first time they had seen a divine weapon and a Nirvana-level cultivation method, so they were all very excited. As for old General Ji, he had already prepared treasures, a quasi-heavenly treasure, an emperor-level ancient scripture, and many divine pills and life-belonging divine pills. Even an ordinary emperor-level expert would be jealous if they saw it. That day he bid farewell to Ji Yuanshan and brought Sushu and the others to Fengjian City. Not long after, the group entered Fengjian City and entered the Nanyang Martial House. How nostalgic! Returning to this place after more than 10 years, Lin Tian was a little emotional. Back then he had started from this place and fought all the way until now. Now he had reached the emperor level. He smiled and walked towards the depths of the Nanyang Martial House. In a small courtyard in the depths of the Martial House, he saw Mu Qing and Sherdong. Now, Mu Qing and Sherdong were at the first level of the immortal realm. Obviously, Sushu and the others had helped them a lot. After so many years, you are even more elegant than before. Little Su has good taste. Sherdong looked at Lin Tian and laughed. Good, good, good. Mu Qing was also very happy and nodded. Although she could not see what level Lin Tian had reached, she could imagine that Lin Tian was far stronger than them. He was definitely at a height that ordinary people could not look up to. Lin Tian had a smile on his face. He was very respectful to Sherdong and Mu Qing. Back then, when he participated in the Nanyang Martial House assessment, he was persecuted by the Mo family. At that time, if it were not for Sherdong and Mu Qing's protection, he would have been dead. He would always remember this kindness in his heart. He would not forget it because of his cultivation level and the passage of time. I have brought back some good wine for the two seniors. He smiled and said, the wine was indeed good wine. He had stolen it from an old drunkard. An old drunkard was drinking the wine that an old drunkard had brewed himself. It was better than the immortal wine. He left some of the immortal wine for old General Ji and brought some back to Fengjian City. That night, he drank with Mu Qing and Sherdong. Su Shu and the others were also there. The night passed in a flash. After that, he stayed in the Nanyang Martial House for half a month before bidding farewell to Mu Qing and Sherdong. Before leaving, he gave them a quasi-heavenly treasure and an emperor-level ancient scripture. At the same time, he also gave them some immortal elixirs, spiritual herbs, and life-prolonging elixirs. With these treasures, Mu Qing and Sherdong could live for more than 10,000 years. Seniors, I will take my leave with them. I will come back to visit you in the future. Lin Tiandao. Master, Elder Shi, Sushu will come back to visit you as often as before. Sushu waved her hand. Grandpa's goodbye. Shao, she will also come back to visit you often. Lin, she said. When Lin Tian left the Nanyang Martial House to cultivate in the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard, she had been taken care of by the two of them. Jiyu, Baiqiu, and Shui Yi also said. They had come back often over the years and were already familiar with Mu Qing and Sherdong. Mu Qing and Sherdong nodded to the group and waved goodbye with a smile. In the end, Lin Tian led the group and left Fengjian City. They did not return to the Northern Flame Imperial City. They tore a rift in the void 1,000 feet away from Fengjian City and left with Lin, Shi Jiyu, and the others. The next moment, they appeared at the foot of the Burning Sun sect. We are finally back. Kid, hurry up and call your crazy master. Grandpa Crocodile wants to cultivate with you. Chapter 1275. To be able to cultivate with a powerhouse, especially a prodigy powerhouse like an old drunkard. Many of the difficulties in cultivation could be quickly solved during the process of cultivation. Their cultivation speed would be greatly improved. Such a good thing could only be encountered by chance. Wuxing Crocodile had been waiting to come back to cultivate during this period of time. Yi Tong wants to come too. Yi Tong said, "Yeah." Little Taichu blinked and called out in a childish voice, clearly expressing that it wanted to join as well. Lin Tianyi smiled. "Okay, let's go." Several disciples of the Burning Sun sect were guarding the foot of the mountain. When they saw Lin Tianyi and the others, they hurriedly came over and saluted. Lin Tian was polite. He led Lin, Shi, Jiyu, and the others along the steep stone steps towards the Burning Sun sect. Soon, the group arrived at the top of the Burning Sun sect. Lin, Shi, Jiyu, and the other two girls' accommodations had already been arranged. Qin Xian accompanied them and showed them around. Lin Tian led Yi Tong, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu to the back mountain of the Burning Sun sect. An old drunkard was already waiting here. Cultivate! Wuxing Crocodile's eyes lit up. He couldn't wait. Yi Tong was also a little excited. She was naturally the happiest to be able to cultivate with an old drunkard and Master Lin Tianyi. Yeah. Little Taichu flapped its wings. The six-colored divine light intertwined. It was very beautiful. This little guy is very extraordinary, an old drunkard said. He looked at little Taichu, and a strange luster flashed in his eyes. Very extraordinary. Lin Tian nodded. He was not clear about the little Taichu's origin. However, judging from the terrifying scene created when the heavenly oracle calculated the little Taichu from the ancestor of the Saber Pavilion, and the fact that the little Taichu was able to intimidate all kinds of Nirvana realm demons before it was born, the origin of the little Taichu was definitely terrifying. It was definitely beyond everyone's imagination. All right, let's cut the crap. Since you're here, let's start cultivating. An old drunkard laughed. All right. Lin Tian replied. The area behind the Burning Sun sect was vast. Lin Tian discovered that there were several magnificent mountains here. It seemed that they had been moved here by force. Immediately, he thought for a moment and knew that it must have been an old drunkard who moved it here. Not long after, he, Yi Tong, Wuxing Crocodile, and little Taichu followed an old drunkard to one of the mountains. There are killing formations everywhere in this mountain. They will interweave different levels of killing light according to your respective cultivation realms. Enjoy it, an old drunkard said. However, you can rest assured that you won't die. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a rumbling sound. The mountain seemed to have come to life, and endless divine light rushed into the sky. An old drunkard raised his hand. With a flash of brilliance, Lin Tian, little Taichu, Yi Tong, and Wuxing Crocodile were instantly scattered to different areas of the mountain. Boom! The killing light intertwined, and the scene was shocking. Oh my God! The scales all over Wuxing Crocodile's body stood on end. This was completely different from the scene of cultivating with an old drunkard in his imagination. He originally thought that they would comprehend the great Tao together, but he didn't expect that he would be brought into such a terrifying killing formation as soon as he arrived. The killing light came crashing down one after another, causing his spirit to tremble as if it would crack in the next moment. He didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. He used his powerful movement divine ability to dodge the densely packed killing light at lightning speed. In another location, Lin Tian was also shocked. The killing light in his area was purple, and it was much more terrifying than the area where Wuxing Crocodile was. It was as if the world was going to be destroyed, and it caused his back to tremble with fear. He looked towards the other two locations. Yi Tong and little Taichu were also being bombarded by the killing light at this time. Compared to the area where he and Wuxing Crocodile were at, the killing light in the four locations was very different. There was a very obvious difference. This, he was a little shocked. With his level as a 9th stage array manipulator, this mountain was covered with endless formation patterns, but each formation pattern covered the entire mountain. However, under such circumstances where they were the same killing patterns could blast out different levels of killing light according to their respective cultivations. This was really a little terrifying. Most importantly, he also discovered another problem. Under the bombardment of such terrifying killing light, this mountain didn't collapse. There was a powerful force protecting the mountain. Moreover, there was another point, and that was the terrifying killing light in this place. It wasn't far from the Burning Sun sect, but no one in the Burning Sun sect could see this place. They couldn't even feel the aura here. It was as if the place they were in was completely isolated from the outside world. This method shocked him. He felt that even if he was tens or hundreds of times stronger now, it would still be difficult for him to do so. This was because this place was too close to the Burning Sun sect. Logically speaking, even if the sealing patterns could isolate the aura, anyone standing in the Burning Sun sect should be able to see everything here as soon as they raised their heads. However, when the disciples of the Burning Sun sect swept their eyes over this place, they seemed to be unable to see anything. He looked at an old drunkard standing on an old tree in the distance and was a little shocked. How strong was this old guy now? Kid, don't think too much. An old drunkard's voice could be heard. Lin Tian came back to his senses and nodded seriously. In fact, he couldn't afford to be distracted at this moment. The streaks of purple killing light were terrifying to the extreme, and he had no choice but to use all his strength to resist. Roar! Wuxing Crocodile's anguished howl could be heard not far away. Its scales had been chopped off quite a bit, and it was already dripping with blood. Roar! It howled and excitedly rushed back to cultivate with an old drunkard. In the end, it was simply asking for a beating. Boom! 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 Streaks of killing light struck down one after another, turning the sky and earth upside down. The place where Yi Tong and the little Taichu were at was bombarded by endless killing light. The power was different, and it was almost forcing the human and beast into a dead end. The scene was extremely terrifying. There are many ways to surpass one's limits at the fastest speed. Vigorous spiritual chi of heaven and earth, strange heavenly treasures, special comprehension of the great Tao, and so on, all of these are possible. An old drunkard opened his mouth and said, "In the absence of these, the other method is also very simple. Sharpen yourself in the most dangerous situation and force out your own potential." His voice wasn't loud, but it reverberated clearly in every corner of the mountain. "This method is too deceptive," Whooshing Crocodile howled. In such a short time, it was struck by even more killing light and became even more miserable. In another place, Yi Tong was also in a very sorry state. Its body was covered in blood, but it was doing its best to attack the killing light. Yeah, little Taichu was furious. Its six-colored divine light protected its body, but it was bombarded by the killing light all around it. Lin Tian had a panoramic view of everything. He took a deep breath and didn't care anymore. He wholeheartedly fought against the killing light. An old drunkard's words were very much in agreement. He also thought so. At this time, he naturally wholeheartedly focused on cultivation. Buzz! The golden divine light on his body surged as he resisted the killing light with all his strength. Just like that, time passed day by day. He, Yi Tong, and the others were all in this mountain. The dense killing light would be cut off for a day every 3 days, giving them time to adjust their breathing. Then the killing formation would be activated again, and a powerful killing light would be released again. During this process, the aura on their bodies was rising bit by bit. Obviously, this method was very effective. As their cultivation increased and their auras strengthened, the murderous aura of the mountain became even more terrifying. "Oh, I've tricked the crocodile to death," Whooshing Crocodile howled in grief. Yeah, little Taichu was furious. Its six-colored divine light had become more powerful than before. However, the killing light that was slashing at it had also become more powerful. On the other side, Yi Tong was circulating the Sun Heart Sutra with all her might, fighting against the killing light. Lin Tian's body was also intertwined with golden light. The Emperor's might had become stronger. When the reincarnation diagram appeared, it caused the surroundings to tremble. An old drunkard sat on an old tree in the distance, tasting the immortal wine while looking over. At the same time, there was also a faint brilliance intertwining outside his body. It seemed that he was using a very special method to cultivate. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. These days, Lin Shi, Jiu, and the others were a little puzzled. They asked Qing Xian where Lin Tian and the others had gone to cultivate. Why hadn't they seen Lin Tian and the others in the past 2 months? They couldn't even feel their aura. Qing Xian naturally knew where Lin Tian and the others were. She didn't hide it and personally led a group of people to the outside of the mountain to observe. An old drunkard had set up a special method in this place. Only by approaching with a special method would one be able to see and feel it. Obviously, Qing Xian knew this method. When Jiyu and the others saw the scene in the mountain, they all couldn't help but tremble. As far as the eye could see, all kinds of terrifying killing lights were crisscrossing. Lin Tian, Yi Tong, little Taichu, and Whooshing Crocodile were all in a sorry state. They were practically forced to a dead end. They could hear Whooshing Crocodile's continuous wails outside the mountain. This is simply by Chiu swallowed her saliva. This kind of cultivation was simply too ruthless. Fortunately, he didn't lecture us like this before. Sushu shrunk her neck. Over the years, they had been personally taught by an old drunkard several times. If they were to be like Lin Tian and the others, it would be simply fatal. They watched from outside the mountain for half a day before finally leaving. They really couldn't watch anymore because the scene was too tragic. Boom! In the mountain, the killing lights were constantly striking down. It was terrifying. Lin Tian and the others charged and resisted the killing lights. Time also passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a full 5 months had passed. In these few months, Yi Tong reached the peak of the second level of Nirvana realm from the early stage of Nirvana realm. Wuxing Crocodile reached the 8th level of Nirvana realm from the 7th level of Nirvana realm. Little Taichu's aura increased even more and vaguely showed signs of breaking through to the heavenly venerable realm. Then, in the blink of an eye, another month had passed. On this day, the divine light outside Lin Tian's body trembled. His emperor's aura suddenly skyrocketed and boiled under the sky full of killing lights. He broke through the barrier of the 3rd level of Emperor Realm and entered the 4th level of Emperor Realm. His eyes shone brightly. At this moment, he clearly felt a stronger battle strength. The Emperor Qi in his body surged vigorously. Boom! It was also at this moment that the area he was in was boiling with killing lights. A large area suddenly descended and covered all directions. With a bang, he was struck to the ground. F***CK. Chapter 1276. An old drunkard's array in the mountain was indeed extraordinary. It was filled with killing runes and suppressed the entire area. Lin Tianyi gritted his teeth and immediately activated the Heart Sutra of Sunday. Strands of golden divine light immediately burst out. Boom! At this moment, he had reached the 4th heaven of the Emperor Realm, and his aura was undoubtedly much stronger. Together with the reincarnation diagram of King's territory, streaks of towering heaven's sword radiance surged up into the sky and shook the entire area. Crack! 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 The space shattered inch by inch. The aura that he was emitting at this moment was a little terrifying, and it shattered the streaks of killing light that were coming at him. However, the killing light soon became a little stronger, causing the pressure on him to multiply. He put all of his heart and soul into cultivating in this place and did not retreat. Even though the streaks of killing light continuously split his body and caused blood to flow, his eyes were still very resolute from beginning to end. Not bad. An old drunkard sat on an old tree in the distance. Divine light intertwined around his body as he looked in Lin Tian's direction with a faint smile. "Awoo, I'm going to break." Wuxing Crocodile was wailing in agony. Under the stimulation of the old drunkard's endless killing array, its cultivation had stepped into the 8th level of the Nirvana realm. However, the killing array became even more terrifying, causing its sorry state to not improve in the slightest. It was still very miserable. Yi Tong's body was intertwined with golden light. Under the dense killing light, she was in a much more miserable state than Wuxing Crocodile. However, she gritted her teeth and held on. She opened her divine sun eye and cooperated with the high heaven's sword scripture and sun's nirvana technique to resist the dense killing light. Sun eye not bad. An old drunkard looked at Yi Tong lazily, but a glimmer of light flashed across his eyes as he nodded. The killing lights were endless, sealing off the entire mountain. The dense killing lights seemed to want to destroy everything. However, the mountain was still relatively intact. There was a very powerful force guarding it. Yeah. The 6-colored divine light around little Taichu's body became even more intense, and it was furious. At this time, more and more killing lights surrounded it. It was extremely terrifying, even more terrifying than Lin Tian's. An old drunkard narrowed his eyes and looked at the little girl. She's about to break through. He seemed extremely casual and lazy, faint radiance interweaving around his body. He sat in the distance, drinking a mouthful of immortal wine from time to time. Clang! 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 The murderous light was like a sword radiance, surging like waves. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months passed. On this day, in this mountain, an incomparably powerful pressure rushed up, and the 6-colored divine light covered the sky. As soon as this aura appeared, Lin Tian, Yi Tong, and Wuxing Crocodile were all shocked, and their expressions changed. The little guy broke through. Lin Tian's eyes lit up. Empyrean level. Wuxing Crocodile had lost a lot of its scales and was in a very sorry state. At this time, it couldn't help but grit its teeth. This aura is so powerful. The sunlight in Yi Tong's eyes was very strong, and it was obvious that her control of the sun gods had become more skillful than before. In this mountain, strands of six-colored divine light interweaved, and it was extremely divine and holy, covering every corner in all directions. At this moment, the little guy's fur became even brighter, and its entire body was wrapped in six-colored divine light. It broke through from the peak of the ninth heaven of the Emperor Realm to the first stage of the Empyrean Realm. As the six-colored divine light surged, the little guy's aura instantly rose greatly, like a volcano erupting. First stage Empyrean Realm. Rely on the killing array here to stabilize your realm first, and then continue to break through. An old drunkard's voice came out. As soon as this voice fell, the murderous light around the little guy exploded, and it became more than 10 times more terrifying. In an instant, the little guy was drowned in the murderous light that filled the sky. Yeah, the six-colored divine light was vast and mighty, and the little guy's angry voice came out. The little guy had reached the Empyrean Realm and was at the first stage of the Empyrean Realm, but the murderous light of the killing array in this place was still increasing along with the little guy's cultivation. It steadily suppressed the little guy, and the six-colored divine light of the little guy kept shattering. Devil. Whooshing Crocodile looked at an old drunkard in the distance, and then he didn't have the energy to deal with him, and began to resist his own murderous light. Lin Tian glanced at the little Tai Chu, grinned, and began to work hard to resist the murderous light that was falling on him. Buzz. Golden divine light interweaved. Not only did he support the reincarnation diagram of the monarch's territory, but he also supported the nameless, great Tao at the same time. The dense, murderous light surged and kept striking, as if it would never stop. Soon, 2 years passed. During these 2 years, Lin Tian and the others had been cultivating in this mountain, and they were constantly baptized by the murderous light. It wasn't until this day that the murderous light in this mountain completely dissipated. Boom! For powerful auras were vast and mighty in this place, shaking the 10 directions of the sky. In 2 years, Lin Tian's cultivation had reached the 6th stage of the Emperor Realm. Yi Tong had reached the 4th stage of the Nirvana Realm. Little Tai Chu had reached the 2nd stage of the Empyrean Realm, and Whooshing Crocodile had reached the half-step Emperor Realm. It could be said that they all had astonishing gains. Of course, to be able to have such progress, it was naturally not all because of the sharpening of the killing array. Most importantly, after the first year, an old drunkard began to preach to them, from the Nirvana Realm to the Empyrean Realm. He gave targeted guidance to everyone, and often a very simple sentence could solve the confusion of the group of people in the process of cultivation. An old drunkard stepped over from afar. How do you feel? Very good. Lin Tian on Dao. He was now at the Emperor Realm. If he wanted to increase his cultivation after this realm, it would be extremely difficult under normal circumstances. However, in just 2 years, he had reached the 6th stage of the Emperor Realm from the 3rd stage of the Emperor Realm. He didn't rely on any heavenly treasures or rich spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It was simply unimaginable for him. Without relying on any heavenly treasures or rich spiritual chi of heaven and earth, and with the guidance of others, he was able to reach the 6th stage of the Emperor Realm from the 3rd stage of the Emperor Realm in 2 years. This cultivation speed was absolutely exaggerated and terrifying. This caused him to be shocked again. An old drunkard's many methods made his heart palpitate. It was too shocking. Awesome. Whooshing Crocodile howled. Although he had suffered enough in these 2 years, his gains were also very shocking. He had reached the half-step Emperor Realm from the initial stage of the 7th stage of the Nirvana Realm. He was only half a step away from the boundary Emperor Realm. This naturally made him very happy. Yeah, little Tai Chu called out to an old drunkard. He was obviously very satisfied with his current strength. He immediately forgot that he had been killed endlessly in these 2 years. Yi Tong was the most polite. She bowed to an old drunkard and said, "Thank you, Grand Master." In 2 years, he had reached the 4th stage of the Nirvana realm from the initial stage of the Nirvana realm. He had climbed 4 small stages. Such gains were naturally extraordinary. He was very excited at this moment. An old drunkard waved his hand. The radiance outside his body had already dispersed. He had a lazy expression and said with a smile, "Let's go and drink." Go, go, go. After suffering for 2 years, it's time for me to enjoy myself. Whooshing crocodile howled. Back then, it had cultivated for a few thousand years to reach the 9th stage of the Nirvana realm. Then, it unexpectedly fell to the Sea of Consciousness realm. Now it had recultivated for the 2nd time. Not only had it recovered its cultivation, it had also surpassed its previous height and reached the half-step Emperor realm. It was only half a step away from the boundary Emperor realm. Naturally, it was very excited at this moment. On this day, a pair of bonfires rose in the back mountain of the Burning Sun sect. The fragrance of wine floated in the air and lingered for a long time. Obviously, this was a rare and precious wine. Even Lin Tian, who was not good at wine, was attracted by it. The sky quickly turned dark. The curtain of night fell, and stars were dotted in the starry sky. "Kid, aren't you going to start a sect?" "When?" An old drunkard asked Lin Tian. Lin Tian thought for a while and said, "I'll stay in the sect for a while and look for some old friends. Then I'll start the sect." Familiar old friends, such as the Black Flood Dragon, Yangqi and Lingyan. He had to find them first before starting a sect. An old drunkard took a sip of wine. "Do you need help?" "No need. Everything has been prepared. It's just setting up the palace. It's very simple and won't take much time. When it's really done, I'll inform you and Master's wife." Lin Tian Ondao. On this night, the fragrance of wine floated in the back mountain of the Burning Sun sect. An old drunkard took out 1 jar of immortal wine after another. Lin Tian and the others only stopped the next day when the morning sun rose. "There's no more. Go brew some more." An old drunkard patted his butt and left. Lin Tian stood up and looked at the Burning Sun sect in front of him. He looked at the sun in the sky and took a deep breath. "I'll relax for a while before looking for people," he muttered to himself. After that, he didn't cultivate anymore. He took Lin, Shi, Jiyu, and the others to wander around the Burning Sun sect, visiting every corner of the Burning Sun sect. At the same time, he took time to return to the Northern Flame Country to visit General Fan, Mu Qing, Sherdong, Zhu Yi, and the others. He gave some treasures to these elders and old friends, and then returned to the Burning Sun sect. In a flash, half a month passed. Half a month later, he bid farewell to an old drunkard, Qing Xian, the supreme elder of the Burning Sun sect, and the others, and then left. He was going to look for people and start the founding of the sect. He first went to the Valley of the Harp, mentioned the founding of the sect to Yu Wushuang, and then left with Lin Shi and the others. Buzz! The void cracked, and he tore open the heavenly barrier, directly appearing outside the Bai family in the 2nd heaven. Before he entered the Bai clan, he had only mentioned the matter of founding a sect to Bai Ziki. This time, when he came, he also told the upper echelons of the Bai clan about this matter. At the same time, he tactfully expressed that he wanted Bai Ziki to join the great sect he founded. The higher-ups of the Bai family naturally didn't have the slightest objection. On the contrary, they were very supportive. After all, the future patriarch of the Bai family doesn't necessarily have to be Bai Ziki. Moreover, relying on the various immortal treasures left by Lin Tian, the current patriarch of the Bai family had already stepped into the great Tao realm. There would be no big problem for him to step into the Enlightenment realm. In the next 10 to 20,000 years, he would be able to take charge of the Bai family on the surface. He wouldn't have to worry about the next patriarch. What's more, the great sect Lin Tian wanted to establish was absolutely extraordinary. After all, Lin Tian was an Emperor realm powerhouse. Therefore, no matter from which aspect, Bai Ziki and Lin Tianyi joining the great sect in the ninth heaven was a great benefit to the Bai family. How could they disagree? Moreover, the most important thing was that no matter where Bai Ziki was, he would always be a member of the Bai family. Chapter 1277. All the higher-ups of the Bai family unanimously decided to let Bai Ziki join Lin Tianyi. They didn't even give Bai Ziki a chance to refuse. Lin Tianyi laughed heartily. After thanking the higher-ups of the Bai family, he grabbed Bai Ziki and walked out of the Bai family. Bai Ziki has the Thunder God King physique, and his aptitude is extraordinary. With Bai Ziki joining the Bai family, it will be of great help to the progress and growth of the great sect he founded. He walked out of the Bai family. After leaving the Bai family, he tore through the barrier of the third heaven and appeared in the third heaven with a group of people. In fact, he didn't come to the third heaven for any special reason. The reason why he came is that Lin Shi Jiyu and Su Shu haven't been to this heaven before. He wanted to take them to see the upper heavens one by one. After the second heaven, is this the third heaven? It's very beautiful and magnificent. The mountains, rivers, and plants are much better than the first heaven. The aura in the air is also much richer. Lin Shi Jiyu and Su Shu said it was their first time in the third heaven. At this time, looking at the various things in this heaven, a strange light flashed in their eyes. Lin Tiantan smiled. He took them around the third heaven for a while, then tore through the void and arrived at the fourth heaven. It's a little bigger than the third heaven. Shui Yi whispered. She was born in the third heaven and has been to the first and second heaven, but this is the first time she came to the fourth heaven. In this heaven, hundreds of races coexist and compete with each other constantly. Lin Tianyi introduced. He mainly took Lin, Shi, Jiyu, Su Shu, and Shui Yi for a leisurely stroll around the fourth heaven. Then, he tore through the void and took them to a huge tribe. There were many barbarian beasts around the tribe. It's the home of the barbarian race. At this time, he came to this place to find Fan Ningxiong. Soon, Fan Ningxiong walked out. The barbarian ancestor and the other big shots of this race also walked out. Lin Tian, Brother Bai, and Miss Bai, long time no see. When Fan Ningxiong saw Lin Tianyi and the others, he was naturally very happy. Among the group, the Bai siblings, Yi Tong, and Wuxing Crocodile were all familiar to the barbarians. At this time, Lin Tian introduced his sister, Jiyu, Su Shu, and Shui Yi to the barbarians. Then he introduced Fan Ningxiong and the others to the four girls. After that, he opened his mouth once again and told the many important people in the higher echelons of the Berserker tribe about his intention to create a great sect in the ninth layer of heaven. He also tactfully stated the reason for his visit, hoping that Fan Ningxiong would join the great sect he was going to create. Sure, no problem. Hero, follow little brother Lin and do your best. Don't slack off. The barbarian ancestor and the others nodded immediately without the slightest hesitation. Just like the other big shots of the Bai family, they didn't even give Fan Ningxiong a choice. They directly agreed on Fan Ningxiong's behalf, because these barbarians are very bold and straightforward, and they value friendship. Lin Tian gave them a heavenly treasure in the past, and now that he invited Fan Ningxiong to join, they naturally couldn't refuse. Moreover, Lin Tian himself is very powerful, and the great sect he is going to create is bound to be extraordinary. Letting Fan Ningxiong join will only bring benefits and no harm. Many thanks. Lin Tian thanked the barbarians. Fan Ningxiong has the barbarian king body, and his aptitude is also not bad. The barbarians are willing to let Fan Ningxiong join the great sect he is going to create in the future. This will definitely have a big impact on the growth of the great sect he will create in the future. They stayed in the barbarians' territory for a day until the next morning, when they left with Fan Ningxiong. 1. After leaving the barbarians' territory, Lin Tian tore through the heavenly barrier and directly appeared in the fifth heaven. The fifth heaven is a natural experiential learning area in the 10 directions heavens. It's the largest experiential learning area. In it, slaughter is everywhere and it's extremely chaotic. Therefore, it's also known as the Chaos Heavens. He introduced this heaven to Lin, Shi, Jiyu, Sushu, and Shui. The four of them have never been to this upper heaven before. Yes, yes. Lin, she stood beside Lin Tian, nodding repeatedly as she glanced around. Lin Tian chuckled and led the group of people around this heaven. They walked from the edge of this heaven to the space-time portal that leads to the sixth heaven. This time, he took the group of people through the space-time portal. Lin, Shi, and Ji, you have never experienced the space-time portal in the upper heaven. This time, he took them to experience the space-time portal. With a buzzing sound, the group of people entered the purple space-time portal and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Darkness covered their vision, and in the next moment, everything returned to normal. The group of people appeared in a world with beautiful mountains and rivers. The sixth heaven? Sushu asked. Yes. Lin Tian nodded. The mountains of the sixth heaven are very majestic. He took Lin Shi and the others to walk around this world and take a simple look. At the same time, wisps of light intertwined in his eyes as he thought of the black flood dragon. According to its cultivation, it should be between the sixth heaven and the ninth heaven. He muttered to himself. More than 10 years ago, the black flood dragon was already at the great Tao realm. Now that so many years have passed, based on his physique, he should have at least reached the enlightenment realm, and it is very likely that he has already reached the nirvana realm. Based on his current cultivation level, the black flood dragon is definitely in the sixth heaven to the ninth heaven for training. He traveled in the sixth heaven and began to inquire about the whereabouts of the black flood dragon. He guessed that some people should have seen the black flood dragon. Of course, in the process of inquiring about the black flood dragon from many cultivators, many of them naturally recognized who he was, and many of them couldn't help but tremble. After all, in the past, he left a fierce reputation in every heaven. He was a ruthless person who fought all the way to the ninth heaven. Moreover, because of his relationship with the undead ghost emperor, his reincarnation physique was known to the entire cultivation world. Facing the legendary reincarnation physique, these cultivators were even more frightened. I don't know. He asked many people, and the answer he got was almost the same. After that, he led a group of people into the seventh heaven, then the eighth heaven, and finally found some clues about the black flood dragon in the eighth heaven. Someone told him with a trembling voice that 3 days ago, they saw a huge black dragon crossing a vast mountain. It was thousands of meters long and exuded a very terrifying aura. It was suspected to be the black flood dragon. Thank you. He thanked the cultivator and gave him a low-grade Taoist weapon. Then he led the group and left, heading to the primeval mountain that the cultivator mentioned. Only the airborne realm cultivator was left behind, trembling as he looked at the Taoist weapon in his hand with his eyes wide open. Tao weapons!